Important issue regarding the lavatory. It is on the third floor, not here. So I think that this is it. I've covered all the logistic issues. So let me remind you once again that today we are at the forum dedicated to a very important topic, which plays an important role in the life of every community. This is the topic of supported living. Therefore, now we're going to watch a short video that will show you how supported living can change the life of one person. And I think that the more of such services we have at the community level, the more humaneness and the more kindness we have among us. So please pay attention to the screen. Let us watch a video about supported living. We've been living here for 2.5 years, and over that period of time, we have had good conditions of living. When we arrived here, we had only the premises. The building was set up thanks to the Swiss fund, so we are very much grateful to it because our residents now live in good conditions. They are from boarding institutions, and an assistant from Latin is translated as a person staying side by side with you. But the task of the assistant is not to do some job instead of you, but to help you learn something. And the people have really learned a lot. Now we can even leave them for a period of time or let them go because they have become much more independent. Yes, let's have this food that we have cooked together. So you have watched a video showing how the life of everyone may change if they have a small community to live their life in. Let me give the floor for the welcoming speech to the leader of the Ukrainian Swiss project, Mental Health for Ukraine, Heiko Genningstein. You're very much welcome, Heiko.
Good morning. Can you hear me like this? Great. Yeah, please put on your headset so you can hear the translation. First of all, on behalf of the Mental Health for Ukraine project, I would like to welcome all of you. I'd like to welcome all representatives of administrations from the social and the healthcare sectors of the different hromadas, the different oblasts, and on the national field. Also, of course, the providers and receivers of supported living services. I would like to welcome you as well. And also our international guests who came here or who have agreed to speak here online to you. And also all other friends and supporters and colleagues and just like-minded people who are working with us and working in the spirit of Mental Health for Ukraine with us. Welcome. Also, I would like to open this forum with a very popular quote. How a society treats its most vulnerable is the measure of its humanity. This is a quote which circulates a lot around the internet, and politicians use it quite often. It's not quite clear who said it. Some people say Mahatma Gandhi or some presidents, but it doesn't matter. I think the quote is useful to analyze a lot of things in this world. I'll read again. How a society treats its most vulnerable is the measure of its humanity. Of course, in certain times in the world, it was the common opinion that we should hide all vulnerabilities and we should abuse and mock vulnerabilities. In some political spheres and political leaders, this seems to be still the common perception and common understanding. And also if you look at some social media bubbles, I think this is unfortunately still what some people believe is the right thing to do. At some point, we changed our mind in most parts of Europe, at least, and said, well, actually, it's better to offer care and support to those people who are vulnerable. And it's definitely a step forward. And I think this is also the intention with which, for example, the psychoneurological internats have been created in Ukraine. Yes, we give them the care, the protection that they need. But then there is people like you who understand it's actually not about making groupings of who is vulnerable, who is not vulnerable, and rather look at people based on their potential, and also acknowledge that we all have strengths and weaknesses, vulnerabilities, and potential. And so we should look beyond this classification, this categorization of people, and we should support the people based on their potentials and give them the choice, everybody, the choice what to do, just like you and me who want to take the decisions about our own life. So I think this older view, we need to take care and protect people who have vulnerabilities, is still very, very dominant in society, in Ukraine and in other European countries. And I think you have to become our teachers of humanity. How do we further develop humanity? And how do we treat each other? So, and this has to be start in the communities where your supported living services are created. Because we are not making one home and putting people in this home and making the world better there. No, the world has to become better all around you, in the community where you live, in the cities where you live, in the country where you live. So we need to collaborate. And that's why we have invited today so many different stakeholders who come and who want to learn how they can build an environment that treats people based on their potential. So this collaboration between the public services inside a community is very important. And this development will never end. In Europe, in many European countries, they are still struggling with a lot of challenges with this. And they are struggling to connect the different services in the health sector, in the social sector with each other. So this struggle never ends. And I think I really appreciate and I really have highest respect that you have decided for yourself you want to go this long road, developing good social care services, developing supported living services, and sharing experience and tackling the challenges that there are. So thank you very much for being here and for teaching us humanity.
Дякую, Хайко.
Thank you, Heiko. A great and inspiring speech, thank you. And let me also give the floor for the welcoming speech to Petro Ilkiv, the coordinator of all Ukrainian Swiss projects in Ukraine. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends. So today is already the second day of the forum, A Person Among People, and yesterday we had the voices of service providers. We heard what the challenges were, or actually are, and we saw how supported living could change the life of people. Today we will have some speeches to be delivered by international experts. We will have panel discussions, and we will speak about the support of communities and funding of the services. Yesterday we spoke about the bravery and dedication of those developing supported living services in the communities of Ukraine. While today I would rather address our international partners, development partners, and all those who are supporting those changes. Our today's agenda, the agenda of our today's event, is a good opportunity to have some communication, to socialize, and to discuss the real needs and the mechanism of funding or educational programs, training programs. We can hear about the interim results of the study conducted within the MH4U. And this all confirms that we are moving from care to support. Quite often, we are talking about resources while we mean just infrastructural resources like buildings, repairs, equipment, furniture. But in fact, this is important because this should all be barrier-free with the door wide open, well adjusted. But the real heart of supported living is in people. The people for the sake of whom the service is being created and the people who are creating the service, because it is the people who create the environment which enables others to open up their capacity and to live a decent and dignified life. When we are talking about international support, it's also important to bear in mind that any funding coming from international partners is supposed to have this humane face. We need to know where the resources are going, and quite often today we are talking about a human-centered approach or human-oriented approach, and the money invested into that field is not just about square meters and the area. It's about the quality of life of every specific person. It's about the development of multidisciplinary teams, about the creation of the atmosphere of home, which is different from the institutional environment. Yesterday, I talked a lot about the home, our house, where you are willing to live, where you have about 8 people, unlike the institution where 100 or 200 people live. Yesterday, we had a chance to visit one of the institutions nearby with 200 residents aged from 18 to 98. Repairs are all there, they have food, they are being taken care of, but in fact, is it really a good solution? Is it really something that we are all striving to have? We realize that now it is war in the country, and institutions as such are sometimes evacuated and you need to locate people somewhere. But already today we can be creating an alternative, and instead of creating the number of institutions, we should be working at the community level in looking for specific solutions. And the key principle we are advocating is a transition from care to support, because hypercare or overcare ensures control, but it makes people helpless. So we need to help people get everything they need, but we should not require anything instead. That is a rather convenient format, but in that format there is no chance for the person to become independent. So and this other approach actually enables independent living. And let me stress one more important thing. In our work, we don't have just an average resident, an average person. Therefore, we cannot just have a one-stop shop or a universal recipe for a supported living house. If I'm not mistaken, we're now maintaining 10 supported living houses, and all of them are different. All of them are unique, because of the specific people with their own stories living there, with their own strivings and needs. And it's absolutely unrealistic to have just one format for all of those supported living houses. We need to apply a flexible approach, a tailored approach, thanks to which supported living format is a really good alternative to institutionalization. This should be a universal approach regardless of age, condition of health, and other things. And for us donors or development partners, as we are now called, this means that we need to have a flexible format of work, and all those working with the Swiss projects do know that Switzerland as a donor is a very flexible donor. We always try to assess the needs, and we very quickly adjust to the needs or the challenges that we see on site. which also means that we are allocating finance not only for infrastructural purposes, but we do staff training, we try to develop creative programs, we develop networks, and that all together creates an ecosystem of supported living. And it is this sort of investment that will yield long-term results. I have seen a lot of examples when international partners support some local small projects, but these are the projects that change the life of specific people. These are like art studios or daycare studios. And in a way, all the providers whom we saw yesterday join in conducting of such therapy classes or such studio classes, and this is something that yields great results. There is a lot of work to be done in communities, and I would say that this is the most complicated part of our work, because quite often we are not received well, and the communities don't quite understand what it's all about. The communities are fearful, so we really need to do our best to overcome the stigma and discrimination available there. Let me encourage all our national and international partners to be lending an attentive ear to the voices of community residents. Do support those people who already work with communities, those who know the context, who know the needs of specific communities, in particular the vulnerable people for the sake of whom we are working. Because that is what we need, what we all need. We are all together creating not just a social service today, we are developing a new culture of self-help, dignity and partnership. And this is the work that cannot just be done at the click of the button, and there will never come a moment in time when we can say that this work is completed. That's what Heiko also mentioned, because that is a dynamic and lively process. The society is changing, the circumstances and conditions are changing, and we are changing. For us, people are the most precious investment, because when we're investing into people, we are changing the country. Dignity and support is the right of everyone, so let this be our common assignment. And I'm really so much grateful to all of you for developing supported living. Together, we will really make it happen, and then every person in Ukraine will feel supported. Thank you. Thank you, Petro. I would also like to give the floor for the welcoming speech, not yet to you. I'm not giving yet the floor to you, so let me invite Olena Fartushna, the representative of the Ministry of Social Policy. Just a short welcoming speech.
Доброго дня. Я рада вітати всіх, вітати колег.
Good morning to everyone. I'm happy to welcome our colleagues from the public sector, our international partners, and I'm so happy to welcome providers of services and beneficiaries, because these are the people for whose sake we are doing this. So let's hope that we are taking small steps to change the system of institutional support, and we will be able to develop the services in the community. And as mentioned, we need to work in different sectors. Healthcare sector, social service, because a person otherwise will not be able to live. Today, a lot have been said already about supported living, but all our talks about supported living are completed with one sentence: there is no place to live. But supported living service is not about housing, it's about meaning, it's about content. But unfortunately, that's also true. We don't have the premises where this service could be provided. And the standard also says that the services could be provided in the provider's premises or at home. But unfortunately, the people staying in institutions don't have any homes. That's why we are not building any typical plans. We don't claim what supported living house should look like, that it should just be square in form, it should have 4 rooms. No, that is individual. We are building a home for every single person. And we have already mentioned it today that we are working at multidisciplinary teams, and we are changing the philosophy. I've already mentioned that together we have changed the standard of the social service of supported living, and there is now a need for a unified training program for every person to who is entering this ecosystem to know what the goal of the service is and what the peculiarities of working with certain service providers are. Therefore, the event like we're having today, and I think that today we have had about 6 events like this that have been dedicated to the supported living service. So it's one more important event, and I'm so much grateful to all those who have been joining us in the organization, in the participation in this event, because we need to explain what the meaning of this and what the goal of the supported living service is. It's not just about having good conditions within a small institution. The philosophy behind this is different. We want a person himself or herself to decide where to live, how to live, and with whom to live. And it seems to me that this is the key principle on which the supported living service is based. And it seems to me that we have already reached a major DI strategy. For many years, we were afraid to adopt this DI strategy, but we are at this threshold of adopting this strategy. It's much easier to place a person into an institution, but in fact, this is not a good approach. When we have those supported living services and such premises, the people will be taken better care of, because in institutions people are taken care of, but have we asked them whether they feel like living there, whether they feel comfortable there? No. I know some examples when people don't want to leave the institutions, but that's because they have never seen a different life. And Anatoly, to whom we are always getting back, Anatoly Sadhora, when we were relocating the girls from the institutions, the Sadhora estate, to a supported living house for months. They were not taking their things to that estate because they were afraid. They didn't know what they would have in that supported living house. And that's okay. So today we're talking not about the furniture, not about the house or equipment. We are talking about the philosophy behind that. And we can see that people have been staying for about 9 months in that Sadhura estate, and they are no longer in need of some services, in need of some support. The philosophy of the service is not going to change, and that's something we're stressing at all our events. I'm really grateful to you for your participation. I'm grateful to you for staying with us, because this supported living service is all about the dignity of people. Thank you, Olana. It's really precious to hear such words from the representative of the Ministry of Social Policy. Let's hope we will further coordinate our activities with you and cooperate. And then let me invite Tatiana Lomakina, the Commissioner for a barrier-free environment. Good morning. I'm really happy to be among people who are developing this incredible supported living service. Well, first of all, let me congratulate all of us on the occasion of Ukraine's selecting this pathway. We are going through ordeals and trials, we are having tough times, but anyway, we are still moving towards the common European space. We are advocating European values, and now we really have to make a great leap forward in terms of our treatment and attitude. I'm going to show you my presentation. It is about the evolution of the change to this in the treatment to disability throughout the world. And we will all be able to ask ourselves the following question: where am I? In what phase of this evolution pathway am I? Because that gives us the understanding of the fact why it is happening exactly so, why we see some resistance in communities when we start introducing the service, and how people change, and how everything around changes when those changes are already there in the services and in the attitude. If I may have my presentation, if I could have my presentation in the screen. Thank you. So, as you know, thanks to the initiative of the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, Ukraine finally got the strategy for creating a barrier-free environment. In 2020, she launched a great talk about barrier-free environment. We were all locked in our apartments because that was COVID, the pandemic. We could not leave, and actually, about 50,000 people responded to that discussion. They said that yes, we are staying at home, we cannot go to our workplace, we cannot do anything, we are just locked. And she said that, okay, the pandemic will be over one day, but what will happen to the people who in Ukraine have been locked in some institutions or in their apartments for many years? And that's how it all started. As for now, in Ukraine, we have about 3 million people with disabilities registered, and unfortunately, this figure is on the rise. And if we have a look at the convention, we will see that we, from nosologists, we actually went on to a different perception because we are now perceiving the people with due account of their capacity, and we are taking into account physical disorders, mental disorders, cognitive disabilities, or sensory disabilities. It's already a change because earlier we used to focus on a person and the health, so medical diagnosis of a person. In fact, disability in the world is viewed through the prism of visible and invisible disability. And at the World Economic Forum, some figures were provided which said that almost 85% of people live with invisible forms of disability, which means that we are looking at a person, but we don't know whether the person has a disability or not. But the visible are the ones when the person is using either crutches or some supportive elements like a hearing device or large glasses. So then we may learn that a person is functioning in a little bit different way. And I promised that I would show you the models of disability perception in the society. That is the model developed as a result of the WHO work. In the whole world, about 100 years ago, we had a charitable model. That's what Petro actually said today. That is an object of care. It's like a small kid. A person with disabilities is something or somebody that has not yet got its agency. That is something that should be in the focus of our attention. You probably remember, I broke my leg at the age of 15, and doctor said, okay, so for 2 months you have to stay at home. You're not going to be running any longer. I was a sportsman. Was it possible for me to really put up with that? But unfortunately, that was the perception at that time. And I would say that most people in Ukrainian society still perceive people with disabilities as the ones requiring some candies, some porridge, some sweets or something else, and they should be kind of separated from the society. That's what our society thinks.
So once again, we do not endow people with disabilities with agency. We disregard their rights, and that means that we continue applying this format of care. So how did the medical model come to be? Well, I studied the experience of different countries, and I know that, for example, in France, they told us that their changes started from the invention of penicillin, and then people wounded in the battles started surviving, and that meant they had more people with disabilities, and that meant they needed some help, and that's where Napoleon created the Center for Invalids. It's a discriminatory name, but it's a historical concept, and they started thinking of how to, so to say, repair a person. Now, if we have a closer look at people, well, the system believes that this person is just broken and you need to fix them, to add something. We know the first occupational therapist appeared in Canada 100 years ago after the First World War. They wanted to bring people back to the labor market. And this model was developing, and that gave impetus to work with people with certain conditions, thinking how to use some prosthesis and how to help people continue their lives. And then the next model is the social model, and it also has some 50 to 60 years history, depending on the country. We've heard about it from Denmark, for example, and they said that the situation is that elderly people came to the parliament and said, yes, with age there are some changes happening in our bodies, but we want to keep working. And there was a big discussion between the businesses in the country and the citizens, and everyone was thinking about creating the conditions under which people who face barriers will not feel them. So they started implementing active changes because they had this request from the elderly people. But again, different countries paid attention to this model because if a person with a broken leg or an amputated limb cannot be functional in case of using prosthesis or some other compensatory interventions, we can help a person function better so that they can start working on and they appear in the labor market. So we feel disability when there are some barriers, when there are no barriers, and I mean here the barriers in space and transportation and information and navigation. We don't feel our disability, so we actually are not people with disability. But this model does not give people agency. The Convention on Rights of People with Disabilities was revolutionary because it turned all these ideas upside down, so to say, but it was a consensus between different countries, a kind of a decision that barriers, this is not a matter which people with disabilities have to deal with. This is a matter the society has to deal with, and we have here the focus on human rights. So if the rights are violated, we need to protect these rights. We need to get rid of these barriers, and that means that a person is an agent, and we recognize that, and we want to create this a space with services and information, and we are ready to dispute the violation of these rights in court. Ukraine ratified this convention, and there were some plans of how to transition to this convention, but the biggest impetus was given to these processes quite recently upon the initiative of the First Lady, because she's been following the processes of how services are provided, how spaces change. Every quarter we have the meetings of the Council for Barrier-Free Environment, and this is one of the aspects of barrier-free environment the state started caring for. So we speak here about spaces like physical spaces, which include transportation, housing, roads, pavements, bomb shelters. We speak here also about the digital space because it's also a space and we have to open access for everyone. And Ukraine has already ratified all European standards and they are mandatory for public bodies only at the moment, but we are working on making them mandatory for everyone, including all the businesses. Then the info space, what is that? When we share information in all possible formats at the same time, when we don't say that, well, we will do something different for you because you're a person with disability. No, we have to create it in such a way that any information is presented in all formats at the same time, and there's a resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers on that. So it has to be on radio, on TV, as subtitles, with audio description, and all these things have to be introduced at the national level, and we will keep introducing that further. And there are some more circles symbolizing three other areas. The first three were about the three spaces. The other three are about the areas of policy. So this is social and civic barrier-free environment. So this is also about the supported living. And I brought you a book which was published in March and was distributed among all the ministries. And you can see the flagship projects of the ministry. So this civic and social barrier-free environment is an important aspect here, and we see that the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine believes that the development of supported living services is one of the most important areas of the ministry's activity. That was declared at the Council for Barrier-Free Environment this year. And we hope that this is not just a declaration, but it will turn into systematic support. And the speeches which we heard yesterday, in particular by Ms. Fartushna, prove that the ministry will keep implementing this policy. Two other domains, that's economic barrier-free environment. That means that we all have to have access to labor market and to the possibility to get employed and to earn money. And the first important step here is the compensation for opening the jobs and also amending the law on guarantees for people with disabilities. We have to create integrated enterprises and enterprises with protected employment. This law has already been voted for by the parliament, signed by the president, and starting from the 1st of January 2026, it will come into force. And the Ministry of Social Policy hopefully will prepare the regulatory basis related to this law. And then educational barrier-free environment. It means that we all can learn regardless of our age, lifelong. Education should be inclusive and accessible. It looks more like a declaration, but this is a plan by 2030. Yes, it slowed down because of the war, but it wasn't suspended, so it's important that we continue working on that. Who needs barrier-free environments? Who are the target groups of this strategy? On this slide, you can see that we are speaking here not only about people with disabilities and people with some temporary conditions, but this is also something connected with the traditions in our country, because in our country, a person with disability is a person with a document. If you don't have a document, it means you don't have a disability. And the process which is confirming the disability is called the process of confirmation of disability, but whether you confirm it or not, the condition doesn't change. So we need to change the vocabulary we use here as well. And even if the person has some temporary conditions or temporary disability, this is still about different way of functioning for a person, even if it's for some period of time. But we need some time to bring everything into order and to, well, get it aligned with the Ministry of Health. So that, the Ministry of Social Policy, for example, issues a document about support to these people or something like that. And also we have here women, children with parents with children under 7 years of age, parents with children with disability, elderly people, young people. So there are different groups. Every 2 years when we develop the measures on barrier-free environment, we actually look into the situation of these groups and see whether we have achieved any programs. What is important here is that when we create something new, we follow these 4 parameters. First one is spaces, then there is information, the third one is services. So what is a barrier-free service? A barrier-free service, this is a service which is provided in a convenient place, a convenient time, and a convenient location with understandable navigation of how to receive it. A person remains satisfied. And what is important here is also that people providing the service are the carriers of the barrier-free language, people who speak in a language in such a way that they know how to communicate with people with cognitive impairments, with visual impairments, with hearing impairments, and so on and so forth. All these services have to be created either with the understanding of specifics of different people, or can be adapted, like what we can see on adaptable ergo kitchens, for example. So this is something which can be adapted to a person's needs. What is generally happening in the country? Every community which understands that they need a barrier-free environment, they are establishing a barrier-free a council for barrier-free matters. We have dual system of governance, the national one and local self-government bodies. Local self-government bodies should create this ecosystem if they recognize that this is important for them. The good news is that more than 500 communities have already created their plans to become barrier-free environments. So we can say that this is becoming something important for most communities in Ukraine. Generally, we have 1,400 communities in the country. And, there are tools which you can use to get inspiration and to develop the barrier-free environment, like how do you examine your city or town, then universal design in the community, how to learn about it, and also the barrier-free environment guide, how to communicate with everyone so that everyone gets the information. For those who build this red book, this is an album of barrier-free solutions, because people don't understand these state construction norms. So this is a simple explanation of these state construction norms with pictures, so that everyone understands what should be done. And there are many other very good materials. There's an educational TV series called The State Without Barriers, and barrier-free literacy, resilience in conditions of crisis, and also barrier-free hospitality. So also how to establish a resilience center, barrier-free hospitals, and so on. So let us bring the barriers down together. Thank you, Tatiana. It's very important to hear about supported living and the barrier-free society from different levels in the state, and it really inspires us to keep working. And to let us now proceed to a very important aspect of what we have been talking about. This is a person who lives in a supported living housing. I would like to invite the recipient of supported living services in Caritas Strait, that's Nazad Horti, and his assistant Oksana Ilkiv. Please take the seats here. Here's the microphone. Yes, please give Nazar a round of applause. You can speak into the microphone, just put it closer to your mouth. Glory to Jesus Christ. Good morning. So my name is Oksana, and I'm working at supported living houses under Caritas, and this is Nahazar. I'm 23. I have come here from Stray. I live in a supported living house. It will be easier for Nazar when I ask him some questions, but I would like to make a short introduction. So, the topic of this forum is very important. It's called A Person Among People, and it's important that there was a person in Nazar's life who really cared about him even before he got into Caritas. So since childhood, he lived in boarding schools, and in one of the vet schools in Stray, there was an inclusive group, and Nazar was the first person to get to study there. Nobody actually knew how to work with young people with disabilities at the time, and they knew that there is a daycare center in Stray, and they started coming to this group, and that's how Nazar got acquainted with Yura, with other boys. And Ivan Vasilyevich was Nazar's teacher there at that vet school, and that was not only a person who taught them, who supported and accompanied his students, but he actually cared about Nazar's fate a lot. And when Nazar came to us, he took big headphones. You remember that? Yes, I do. Yes, he liked listening to music, and he just played with his phone, and there was no world around him. It was difficult for Nazar to focus on something, and that was what Nazar's life looked like. But then his studies ended, and there was this question. Nazar spent 2 years studying at a vet school, so he got adapted to the city. He learned how to go for a walk on his own. He learned how to communicate with people, how to work in a group, and he had to go back to the boarding institution. And this teacher, who could say that the easiest thing is just to put all the documents into a folder, and by the way, everything Nazar has in his life is just a couple of bags and a folder with documents, and to go back to this boarding school. But he said, please find a home for him where he could live. And we were looking for a home. We talked to different organizations, but we got many refusals because there was no possibility at the time. And then the war broke out, and Ivan risked it together with the directors of the vet school, and they let Nazar live in the dormitory of this vet school, and they were looking for some alternatives for him, and we kept looking all together, and we were very happy when the workshop of Dream, the first house, was opened, and I thought, yes, Nazar will have a place to live. But at that time, there was also the suggestion that a house could be opened in Lviv, and if it was not for Nazar, we wouldn't have risked it. But since it was a possibility for Nazar to stay in the environment he was used to, we decided to risk it and to try it. And we are very happy because of that, because by changing Nazar's fate, we also changed the fate of many people. So could you please tell us about what your home looks like and what your day looks like? What do you like to do when you wake up? What breakfast do you cook? I cook breakfast, and I cook lunch and dinner. I like cooking meat and plov, and I like making dishes from minced meat and crepes, and I like cooking sirniki and porridge. How do you spend your free time when you're in the house or out of the house? What games do you like to play? I like playing table tennis. I like spending time. I like going to get water together with our driver. I like playing games. And I like going to the workshop. I like working with the beads. We have a culinary day every Tuesday. I like going on trips to Shipit waterfall, to the bear shelter in the Major. I like walking around the city. What do you need these boxing gloves for? I like boxing. I have boxing gloves. And how did you buy these boxing gloves? So what did you have to do for that? I washed and cleaned the toilets, and I got many smiley faces, and I could buy these boxing gloves. While living in the house, training people to use some skills, we noticed that Nazar finds it difficult to focus on something, and for every task done, he collected smiley faces into a jar, and then he bought these boxing gloves, but that also helped him acquire some skills and overcome some difficulties in his life. What do you dream of? I dream of helping Vasil more because I like doing that. We go to get water together. I dream of having a place to play table tennis. And where would you like to go? And I would like to visit my brother because my brother came to visit me when I had a birthday, and now I want to visit him to go there for a couple of days. And also I want to visit my sister because she also lives in a supported living house in Sambir district, and she wants to visit me. Yes, Nazar's brother lives in the workshop of dreams, and they visit each other. So if they would like to, invite Nazar to live with them, that we would be happy. And Nazar's sister is now in a boarding institution, and she would like to live in a supported living house. So if the conditions allow, it would also be great. So thanks to this man, Ivan Vasilyevich, the teacher from the vet school, who was not afraid of understanding this responsibility, who was not afraid of keeping Nazar in the dorm, and who looked for different options for Nazar. Nazar's life changed significantly because he lived in a boarding institution very far away in a remote area, and supported living is worth developing. This is about choice. Nazar likes what sports uniform? Adidas and Nike. Yes, we were moving from one store to another to find the sneakers and the sports suit which Nazar wanted. What would you like to wish people? I would like to wish our defenders to stay alive, and I would like to wish everyone victory in Ukraine so that people don't die and don't suffer. Thank you very much. This was very touching, a great story, inspiring, and telling us that creation of supported living homes changes lives. Thank you for this story. And now it's time to proceed to another important aspect of our program. And I would like to invite Olena Fartushna, who will have a short presentation on behalf of the Ministry of Social Policy. Thank you. We've talked about supported living today already, about the philosophy of supported living, and as a representative of the Ministry of Social Policy, Family and Unity of Ukraine, I would like to tell you briefly about our national policy, where we are going. Well, it's difficult to use this formal state language by explaining what we want to achieve as a service. It's easier to talk about the philosophy, about work with people. We want to make it a home, but when you start writing about it, in such a way so that everyone, all service providers understand that it's already a challenge. But in my presentation, I will try to show you what we started from and what results we have already achieved. So Ukraine, as a state, has a number of obligations defined by the European norms. That's the implementation of the standards of the European Union on its path towards EU accession, and it's also about the European Social Charter, which defines the right of people with disability for social integration and participation in the life of the society, and norms of the Convention on Rights of People with Disabilities, and also the governing principles recommended for all countries, which were very important for us back in 2022, because the UN Committee recommended us that despite the emergency situations, we should not increase the institutionalization and work on alternative forms of care. And also the program of support of Ukraine on the part of the EU is also very important, because there are some indicators, including the strategy for the reformation of psycho-neurological and other boarding institutions and other aspects of deinstitutionalization of care. Supported living form is not new. It was not developing since 2016, and that's why in 2024 the state, seeing that institutionalization is extending and people who are internally displaced, mainly elderly people and people with disabilities, mostly get the services they need in boarding institutions. We realized that this was forced because we didn't want to leave these people on the streets. But on the other hand, we had to respond to that so that people do not get these services in the boarding institutions, because it's very difficult to actually help people leave if they stay for too long there. So in 2024, program on social services got 366.8 million hryvnias for an experimental project to pay for the services of supported living, and the principle was money follows the person. So we defined the tariff, and the principle was very important, because a person gets money into their account, they understand how much the service costs, and they control the quality of service provision. For the services of inpatient treatment is more than 16,000 hryvnias. For the services of supported living, it's almost 10,000 hryvnias. And last year, that was about 2,600 persons. In fact, it was 2,300 people. Well, because those are mostly the people treated, cared for inpatiently. So in next year the amounts were decreased a bit, and now the result is that we have 35 providers of social services. Some of them are networks providing services in different areas of Ukraine, approximately 300 agreements, and another 350 applications are waiting to be considered and evaluated by the local self-government bodies and their multidisciplinary teams. So we are working. Last week we adopted a resolution to continue the experiment by 2026, by the 7th of August 2026, to see how this mechanism works, and then we will decide whether to continue with that or whether to change the financial mechanism. I've already noted that Ukraine has been planning to adopt the strategy to reform the institutional care facilities for adults for a long time. But we understand that the challenges are really big, and the war and displacement of elderly people and people with disability are also big challenges. But the guidelines actually helped us a lot, and the services of supported living started developing in the communities, and we understood that it was time for that. And even if someone says it's not time to do that right now, we think it is time, and that's why we adopted the strategy to reform the psychoneurological and other boarding institutions and deinstitutionalized care. So usually everyone pays attention to the first part, like the reformation, but do not look at deinstitutionalization. But it's actually the most important thing, because we want people to get targeted support in the communities depending on their needs. And the goal corresponds to the 19th chapter of the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And the strategy has 4 strategic goals, which are research, establishment of legislative and institutional preconditions, comprehensive reform, transformation of the model of care, and the change in attitude, because this is probably one of the most important strategic goals, and this is one of the biggest problems. We have some short analytical data. Yesterday we already talked about some aspects of that. In 2023, we had the biggest figures. That's why we are showing these 7.7 billion hryvnias were spent on boarding institutions, and 80% of that are the funds for labor remuneration and utility services. We have the analytics where the elderly people, the share of elderly people increases continuously, and that's why I was paying attention to deinstitutionalization of care, because the number of elderly people is growing and they will need more and more care with time. The number of people with disabilities, because of the war, this number increased as well. So these are people who didn't have this experience of disability from childhood. They didn't know how to live in a community as a disabled person. And we keep talking about the deinstitutionalization of care, because we need to ensure care in the community. And in 2023, the biggest number of people were placed in boarding institutions. I mean, people who have no previous experience of living in such institutions. When it comes to services, there are many services of supported living, and when we speak about the deinstitutionalization of care, we need to remember that a person with disability or an elderly person has the right to receive the full spectrum of services, and this may be the daycare, social adaptation, which is very important. And it's important also when we speak about supported living. We have a very ambitious goal for the next year to develop a package for social adaptation of persons with mental impairments, to develop the new standard and educational programs and schools. So if you have a vision and ideas, please join us for this co-creation process. So we would like to develop the whole package of services that should be provided to people with disability in territorial communities. And the 3-level model of support is very important. Prevention of institutionalization of a person. This is a very important stage where we include social services, which I have already mentioned. This is home-based care, daycare, social adaptation. The 2nd level of support, these are the training apartments and supported living. And then the 3rd level of support, we understand it that their health condition may deteriorate, so this is already the inpatient care, institutional care. But we see the community at all these levels. We are working on the amendments to the budget codes, and we are working on the reconsideration of the models of support. And what concerns the social service of supported living, I've already mentioned that we have been working on the state standard. We have already developed a new state standard. We have had many discussions. We have defined the goal of the social service, and we suppose look into what it is and what it is aimed at. These are able-bodied people of elderly age and people with disabilities, responding to the problems that appeared. Internal displacement included, providing housing, working on the mechanisms, Then supported living houses. This is Sadhara, which we opened back in 2024. And I hope that this year, within the framework of our flagship project, we will be able to share information about 5 other supported living places. So that's it. I was trying to be brief. Thank you very much. Thank you for your understanding, and thank you for your willingness to share as much information as possible within a short period of time. Thank you, Olena. So we spoke about the international guests, having international guests sharing the experience of their countries, because when it comes to the services in the communities, this is a process. It's not something happening overnight. We are on this path as well, and our colleagues will share their experience. We will now have a speech by Antonia Trikaliotti from Greece, who will join us online via Zoom. So please take the headsets if you need interpretation into Ukrainian.
Good morning.
Good morning, and nice to have you here. You can present yourself and start your presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Did someone say my presentation there? Or should I do it?
One second. I think we will
Great.
share this presentation, yeah.
I also can hear my voice twice, but I think I will manage it.
Yeah, I don't think that we can change this.
It's okay, don't worry.
We have your presentation. Thank you. You can start.
Good morning from Greece. I'm Antonia Trikaliotti. I'm a board member of the European Network on Independent Living and the Secretary General of the Independent Living Organization of Greece. During the last years, I've been a member and a scientific supervisor of various ministerial working groups in Greece for the institutionalization, drafting a law for the first time in Greek history of our right to personal assistance, and for other topics related to disabled people's rights. I was also an advisor of the United Nations for its guidelines on the institutionalization, while my actual paid job was to be a scientific assistant of a member of the European Parliament specialized in human rights, contributing to EU strategies about disability. I would like to thank all the wonderful people working for the Mental Health for Ukraine project for inviting the European Network on Independent Living to this forum. I would love to be there in person, but I couldn't make it because of lack of personal assistance. You see, the situation in Greece concerning disabled people's rights is similar to the one of Ukraine, with a huge lack of supporting services to protect and promote our rights. So I will try to describe the things that can go wrong in the institutionalization process based on my Greek experience, for you to avoid in your efforts to reform the support services for people with psychosocial impairments and disabled people in general. It may sound weird, but I truly believe that the war in Ukraine and this situation of crisis that you are into is a great opportunity for building a new inclusive Ukraine, not only from the aspect of the built environment and the infrastructure, but mainly concerning the structure and the mentality of your society. Next slide, please. First of all, let's see what are the rights of disabled people, as they are stated in the United Nations Convention and all the specialized general comments and guidelines that have followed. It may be surprising, but our rights are exactly the same as human rights, because disabled people are human beings, meaning that, among other things, we have the right to choose where, how, and with whom we live, to choose the time that we go to bed, the color of the walls of our house, the music that is played in our home, and so many other things that are possible for those living in institutions. But what actually is an institution? According to the United Nations, it is a place where the residents obligatorily share their assistance with others and have no or limited influence over whom one has to accept assistance from, a place where we are isolated and segregated from independent life within the community, a place where there is a lack of control over day-to-day decisions, lack of choice over whom to live with, rigidity of routine irrespective of personal will and preferences, identical activities for a group of persons under a center authority, a paternalistic approach in service provision, supervision of living arrangements, and a disproportion of the number of persons with disabilities living in the same environment. Next slide, please. When any of the above elements are in place, it leads to imposition of certain life and living arrangements, meaning that neither large-scale institutions nor smaller group homes, nor even individual homes can be called independent living arrangements. They can be called supported living. There is a rich terminology for these places in Greece and worldwide, but according to the United Nations, all these places are just smaller institutions. People living there are institutionalized. Their fundamental human rights are violated, especially when the authorities of a country give them no other option of living. There is research that has proved that the situation for people living in small group homes is equally cruel as for those living in large-scale institutions. To this rule, there is no exemption, no matter of the severity and the coexistence of impairments, or of the amount of support services required. Next slide, please. As you can see, I have underlined the words including in emergency for your government to realize that the UN Conventions on the Institutionalization applies also in Ukraine. And allow me to say that in emergencies such as a war, environmental disasters, pandemics, or even just in an economic crisis, the disabled persons, and especially the institutionalized ones, are those most affected and in higher risk of losing their lives. Statistics have sadly proven it. Therefore, the need for deinstitutionalization in Ukraine is more urgent now because of the war. Emergencies should not be used as an excuse to slow down or to stop the process, although I understand the difficulties, but my role here is to talk about our rights. The most important thing that we are going to listen from me today is that the United Nations Organization has entitled the institutionalized persons as survivors. Like the survivors of a war, of cancer, of a deadly accident, or even of the Nazis' Holocaust, indicating how deadly and violent it is to be institutionalized and how criminal it is for a country to support the maintenance of institutions, no matter of their size. In these guidelines, it is also highlighted that state parties should not use lack of support and services in the community, poverty, or stigmas to justify the ongoing maintenance of institutions. These are the best excuses of the Greek government for keeping disabled people imprisoned in institutions and supported living accommodations. Next slide, please. It is also stated that the processes of deinstitutionalization should be led by persons with disabilities, including those affected by institutionalization, and not by those involved in managing institutions. In the Greek consultations for our DI strategy, there were 60 managers of institutions and just a couple of disabled persons. It is clarified that any kind of segregation setting cannot be used as an intermediate step of a deinstitutionalization process. In Greece, our government builds supported living accommodations with the excuse of serving as intermediate steps, although this is not aligned with the guidelines and no one ever gets free out of these settings. We have no survivors of institutionalization because no one has ever survived that by getting the chance to live independent. Next slide, please. As you can understand, Greece violates every single paragraph of the guidelines. What we should do instead, and what Ukraine could also do, is to map the existing institutions and community-based services, to make a high-quality and structured plan for the institutionalization, which must contain a detailed action plan with timelines, benchmarks, and an overview of the necessary and allocated human, technical, and financial resources. To invest in peer support, self-advocacy, circles of support, and other support networks. to make sure that support remains subject to the choice and control of persons with disabilities and isn't imposed involuntarily or delivered in a way that infringes upon the person's autonomy, liberty, or privacy. To develop different types of individualized and person-centered support services, such as support persons, support workers, direct support professionals, and of course personal assistants. I know that you already have many of these services. You could enforce them and turn them into person-centered. Last, it is stated, as I said before, that during emergency situations, countries should continue and accelerate the institutionalization with emergency and recovery funding. Greece has such an EU fund because of the pandemic, but it is used for further institutionalization, although it was granted by the EU for deinstitutionalization. Next slide, please. Where these were the UN guidelines, to which I totally agree, and INIL totally agrees, as we have co-written them. But I live in the real world, and I have collaborated with the Greek government for the institutionalization much more than I wished for. So I'm aware of issues like what are we going to do with the buildings and the staff of the institutions or the small group homes if we close them down? What are we going to do with the non-disabled voters that don't want the disabled people, and especially those with intellectual or psychosocial impairments, to live among them in the society? What are we going to do with the managers of the institutions with whom we share the funding and who are going to end up being unemployed and unhappy with no business to run? My answer to these questions as a disabled activist is that we don't care, since it's our right to live independent. But my answer as someone who wants things to get better is that governments should use the existing services and the existing expertise staff to support disabled people, not inside special buildings, but in their own houses or in mainstream places that also non-disabled people visit for some services or support. The housing and the support of disabled people should not be packaged together. Let me give you an example and I will end my presentation. You already have in place innovative supported services and tools and experts that provide all these inside supported living houses. Just find sustainable ways to provide the same services outside the settings. This is the only way to be person-centered and to avoid institutionalization and all the violence it carries. A good international practice is that of a day center in the USA. Instead of keeping disabled persons all together inside their center to do some painting or dance or play some games, no matter of individual interests, the staff members accompanied each one of their disabled customers in mainstream activities that existed in the local society for the non-disabled citizens according to individual wills. This way they got integrated into the real society, and after a few visits that a disabled person got to know the non-disabled group that he or she participated to, there were in many cases no need for being accompanied by a support worker anymore. This way the staff was enough to provide the same support, but in a person-centered way. Next slide, please. Well, I hope that this war will end soon, and that all the experience of it, although it is bad, you will be able to turn it into wisdom and compassion, that the governments and the society flourishing after all the disasters and the violence will be the best and most inclusive and respectful for our rights. And if you organize a similar forum on that peaceful day, I will try my best to come in person and eventually have the chance to meet you if you invite me again, of course. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Antonia. Thank you for your time. It was great to have you here. I hope your experience and your knowledge will be very useful for our participants. Дякуємо нашій пані Антонії.
So thank you, Antonia, for your great work. Thanks a lot.
See you in Ukraine on the next forum. Thank you. Можемо завершувати. Друзі, і в нас
So, colleagues, we have one more important guest. This is our guest from Estonia, Aster Tuma. So, Aster, let me invite you. That is the time for your presentation.
take your microphone and Астер Тума з Естонії, наша колега.
Aster Tuma from Estonia, so she will share the experience of deinstitutionalization and development of services in Estonia.
Everybody, I'm very honored to be here. I already have heard a lot of ideas, inspiring thoughts how we were planning to go on with this reform and changing the life of people. And today I will share Estonian experience, and I think every country had to find their own way how to make the changes from institutional way of support to community-based and person-centered support. So today what I'm sharing, it's not policy or theory, it's a practical experience from my own life from Estonia. So I worked in Estonia 16 years in national special care system as a quality manager and service development manager, some years helping to make the change from institutional care to community-based care. And today I work in Estonian Recovery College as a private practitioner and also a care methodology trainer. So let's see. It doesn't work. Thank you. So Estonia so already Hoolekandeteenused is Estonian organization was created by the social ministry to lead this change in transition from institutional care to community-based services. I share today through this eyes Hoolekandeteenused this change. Sorry. So, in Estonia, the shift towards community-based services began in a clear direction, supported by the National Welfare Development Plan and Special Care Reform. And in Estonia, 2007, Hoolekandeteenused was established to help to lead this change. But even the strong framework, the deeper transformation took time. The idea of recovery, of saving people as a capable, hopeful, and active participants wasn't widely understood at first. And we had to be very patient and consistent. So we started to share our visions, talked about values, and slowly built awareness, not just among staff in institutions or in community services, but across the system widerly. And it wasn't about convincing people overnight, but about walking alongside them, showing that change is possible and letting trust to grow. So here you can see this timeline, our journey in Estonia, and I will give short explanation how it was. So beginning of the 2002, there was some evaluation situation in Estonia, and we recognized that there was a lot of institutions where the living conditions and human rights were very bad situations. So Estonian government and the social ministry understood that something had to do very quickly to change this situation. So 2007, when Estonian Hoolekandeteenused was created, we got from municipalities 16 big institutions, and we're getting to know who are the people in these institutions, because there wasn't very clear understanding. So 2010, between 2011, we began to carefully mapping processes to understand who was living in institutions, where they came from, where their family were nearby, and which municipalities held guardianships, and where they would like to live in the future. It was the main question. Between 2011 and 2013, the first 500 people moved family-type homes. It was first step to close some very bad conditions institutions which were like old manors. There was no hot water, people living together, 6-8 people together in one room. And to change this living condition, the first step to human rights, we had possibility to use European Regional Foundation to build this kind of family-type homes. So it was first step, the best way how we know in this time how to change anything. So in the following years, we continued to figure out what kind of services we need, how we can create them. And in 2015, we introduced the CARE methodology, which is a comprehensive approach of rehabilitation, which helped us to shift mindset and a daily practice to understand that only buildings doesn't change anything. So we have to change the mindset of the way how we see the person. And I think it was the start of being really changing the way how we work with people, seeing them not as a patients in a medical way, but seeing the person, who they are, what they like, what are their strengths, what they like to do, how they want to live their life. So 2016 also Estonian, led by social ministry, described different special need services. It was 11 services, because we understood that there is a need for different amount of support services. So it's not only 24 hours care and support in living, but it's for different types to understand how much support and how much stuff could be different services and how much the money could be spent for that. That's why it was very crucial to understand and to have different levels of support needed in services. So at the same time, we piloted different community living service models. So we took components and tried to think what people need and how we can put the money behind those components and find a way also to have the service financially paid. And in Estonia, state took this ownership that the services of special care system is paid from the state. And I think somehow it helped move quicker, and that everybody has the similar opportunities. But the other way, we saw that somehow the communities and community level, people stepped back and they said there's states people. So now 2025, we again trying to find new ways to be more connected to communities. So let's continue. So 2018, between 2044, we created different types of homes. You can see on the photos also. They're like community houses. They have usual flats and dormitory houses. And so we between those period 2007 till 2014, we closed the 16 institutions, and the total 2,500 people moved away from institutions, so different places. Some of them to social apartments in local municipalities, so the social workers a possibility to support them, but people who need more support and they got the right to have this special care services. And of course, it's not ended. Still, we have in Estonia some institutions and people who live in institutions, also elderly people, a lot of people living in institutions. So there are still ongoing work to change the system and creating more person-centered service in communities. So, diverse services for diverse needs. So we already shared that there was need for very different services. And some of them were sort of small group homes, supportive apartments, and we also created special services for people with autism and complex disabilities, where routines, environment, and communication styles are very, very carefully adapted. Because now we're talking that everybody has right to live independently, but if people have lived in institutions 20 years, 30 years, even more, or even never living alone in society, this jump can't be done overnight, or that everybody could at once have abilities to live alone. So in Estonia, we thought we are doing this step by step, creating different type of service, and even people move firstly maybe in community group homes. They have time to learn more skills and adapt in communities, find the places where to live, where to be active, finding some small jobs or starting to learn something, find the hobbies. So step by step, they could move, living in the future more independently. And the idea wasn't fit people in the services when we describe different services, but it was to shape services around the people and listening closely what they want, how they could be living, and being flexible and trusting that everyone has something to contribute. When we talk about change, it wasn't just about closing doors, it was about opening possibilities. And there was a care methodology was a very important role and helped us the most, because when we're starting to create new services, so we need something to support workers, how to work differently, what is different. And the care methodology is quite good methodology, which is recovery-oriented, strength-based methodology to help people to own their own life and live more active way and live the way how they want to live. So it gives staff ways to focus on presence, strength and connection, not just task or diagnose. And we start this methodology to use already inside the institutions, preparing together with the people who live there. So we started group works and discussions with the people institutions, sharing the ideas that there will be change, life in the communities. And first they didn't believe that, how it could happen. Some of them were afraid. But those workshops where we shared the ideas, talking about how the life could be in the future, showing the photos, sometimes going to visit the places in the city, and also Recovery College were a big help. So with the peer workers who had also similar difficulties in mental health, they shared their stories and encouraged to show that it's possible to live with the intellectual or mental disorders in community like other people. So I think this pair experience were very important to really encourage the people to step out from the institutions. Talking about this care method, also we started in institutions and also the staff in new services got 10 days onboarding training. So they already have the visions and values and the basic way how we see the future services and the support that could be the person-centered, strength-based. Also, we created support plans for every person, or personal plans. So with the person together, discussing how he or she sees the life, everyday life, work, relationships, and their health. What are the wishes? How they would like to live, and what they can do at the moment, and what kind of support they need. So it was also very big step, because usually we evaluate. We professionals know how other people have to live. But now we started to practice that the person is center and he's knowing best how she or he wanted to live. And sometimes people said, oh, I don't know. Nobody haven't ever asked me what I want. But still we started to have discussions, speaking about different environments, different situations, and helping to create also self-awareness, who I am, what my strengths are, not only what my weaknesses are, but because always people experience it that when there is some evaluation, the person feels not valued, a problem with this and this and this, and usually it's finished up with the personal plans for the service, but it doesn't work for the person. It doesn't person plan. So when we change the way how we work, it's really make big change, because it's helped to create connection. If somebody asks me, oh, how are you doing? What you like to do? How it was your day? And what went well? So I feel good that somebody sees in me something that I'm able to do. He asked me, what kind of work you want to do? I never thought that I can work. But if somebody already asked me, what do you think? What kind of it should be the work in community? It gives me this kind of belief that, okay, I'm valuable. Maybe really I can do something. So it were really, really heart-touching stories when we started to work different way. I was very personally connected with that, because I did those trainings to the workers and also those kind of supervisions, and heard the stories where people used to work with people maybe 10 years, but they never asked the people what you like to do, or didn't know that the person could sew or do they have some skills. So I think that the main thing was the thinking other way and seeing the real person, and it was the starting point, the changing the way how we support people and how we can move from institutional way of working to person-centered and recovery-oriented way. Also, I have to say that support plans and warning signs built. What's that? It's the kind of tool that notice early when something might struggle the person. So these plans help build trust and gave people more ownership about their own life. So when they move to a new place, they already knew what are those things could be disrupting this person, and what kind of way I want to support it. Do I need person next to me to say it's okay, or I need time, my own time in my own room to have quiet, the silence. So we already prepared it in institutions to support the change the way how we thought it could be. of course, it wasn't easy to make this change. And we faced quite of many challenges. And moving in communities, we encountered real fears and stigma also from neighbors, families, and sometimes even professionals. Some professionals didn't believe that they could live in communities because we didn't have in communities this kind of services. So we haven't experienced how it could be. But in our team, we created the vision how it could be in the future. That because we believe that everybody has a right to live in community if they have right support. So we started meetings in local communities, in professional and ministry level, and I think that being visible and talking about the vision and standing for that everybody has right to live in among us and other people, I think it was the one key component, the sharing the way, the values and the way how we see the world, and also showing that the strong community could be only this way when we have different services and different support available. And yes, we participated in different local events and starting to have this personal contact and showing that people have skills. They are able to do jobs, helping in neighborhoods. And in this photo, I just put some photos, but we have a lot of them because we really made communication plan over Estonia. So every unit started to, every month, some way to connect the communities and also writing articles, posting some photos about activities, and really showing that we are part of the neighborhood and we doing things together. So we don't do things for those people, but we're doing together and helping them to live in communities. And in 10 years after the first service in community-based services were opened, now I really see that something have changed. And this photos, one woman who moved from institution, who lived in institution for 30 years, and she got quite this severe mental health disorder. And first some years she was just sitting in their apartment and didn't want to go outside because she was afraid. And now she's on the middle, the photo, going to travel to Scotland, and it's really takes time to make changes, but really we believe those people, and now they are there, living in the community. They have, everybody has their own daily activities. Maybe some people going once in the week to do some small job, or they have on the week to go into cinema, or they go into a sport club, or doing the walking around the parks, but they have their own life, not group, not but every person has their own activities and things what they like to do, and of course the chores what they do and at home. So thank you for listening the long story, and I hope everything good, that making together it goes easier, and cooperation is the key word. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for your time, Master. It's a pleasure to have you here. Отже, друзі, нагадую, що зараз ви
So, dear friends, you have listened about the two aspects of service development in different countries. We have Antonia from Greece and Aster from Estonia. You may have noticed that some aspects require a lot of time, and we are on our path towards development. So I wouldn't like us to think that these stories are about our remote future. Well, I'm sure that even though we might be in the beginning of this path, we will manage to learn from the experience that was presented to us and achieve good results. So now it's time for the coffee break. But since we have a great group of people gathered here, so I would like to ask you to go downstairs in a very organized way so that we take a group picture there. And after that, you will have a chance to drink some coffee and tea. For those online, we will meet in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Друзі, будь ласка, давайте будемо повертатися вже на наші місця, займати їх, бо
So, colleagues, let's get back because we have to go on with our agenda.
друзі, я буду
So, dear colleagues, let me once again ask you to take your seats and let me remind you that you will still have some time to discuss some issues or to share some experience during a long lunch break. But we have to go on with our work, so let me invite you, all of you, once again to take your seats and we will start. For all those watching us online, let me remind you that we are at the forum of supported living called A Person Among People, and we are in for a panel discussion community supporting the implementation of the supported living service. The moderator is Oksana Dashakivska, head of the Direction of Production of Social Services from the Coordination Center for the Development of Family, Forms of Upbringing and Child Care. Oksana, over to you. Good afternoon, Volodymyr. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, actually. As you understand, I represent the Coordination Center for the Development of Family types of forms of upbringing and child care. This is the institution which was established to secure implementation of the strategy or the strategy of securing the right of the child for being brought up in the family surroundings. And actually you may start thinking, how is it connected with the supported living service? That's not for the same audience, seemingly. But you know, when we organize events aimed at the implementation of the strategy and when we keep thinking about our children, the first thing that we can hear from parents is, and what will happen when we die? Where will our children go? Where will our people go? What will generally happen to our children then? And this phrase, until we are alive, we are sure that everything will be fine with our children. And this is a statement that nobody can be indifferent about, because just one single person cannot be so much confident and uncertain throughout the life time, because you don't know what is going to happen to your child tomorrow. We know that the supported living service is not only related to children, It's majorly about a new group we keep silent about the servicemen. The servicemen who will keep coming from the front line with a different degree of injuries and traumas, and they will require the supported living service. And here we need to mention the gap which was disclosed to us yesterday by Andrei Kovalov. We are taking care of children, but what is happening to young adults? How do people here find a way to live? With due account of the fact mentioned by me, I know that we have here the participants who have already set this task for themselves, but our today's discussion will aim to see how communities, regions are working and how they are already looking for the answer to this question and how they are finding solutions, in particular in the supported living service. But before we go over to our speakers, I would ask the audience the following. You will have a QR code in the screen. I hope that everything works well with technology. And you know that, well, a person lives in a community, and therefore it is the community that is primarily responsible for the quality of life of this person. So using this QR code, you can give the answer to the following question. To what extent do the factors that you will see in the question affect either impeding or we may say impede the development of the supported living service in communities? Have you managed to scan it? Good. So not many factors are enumerated there, but please, I would urge you to answer the question, and maybe that list is not exhaustive because there may be much more factors, but we will see what the opinions in our audience are, what the opinions of the people staying side by side with us are, and then our speakers will comment upon the results of the voting. Please vote. Thanks a lot to all those who are voting. And those who have voted, just please raise your eyes because I cannot see whether you are staying still in this QR code survey or whether you are done and you're just staying on Telegram or somewhere else. So before we go over to the discussion, I think that we need to show the results in the screen. Let's see what we've got. So you can see the overall picture. The most important thing is that we lack qualified staff, and almost the same are it's expensive, low budget, and there is no knowledge how to do this in the right way. So these are the results, and let me invite our speakers. Volodymyr Koval, Deputy Mayor of Sheptytsky Territorial Community, Lviv Region; Alisa Ryabova, Deputy Mayor of Pavlograd Territorial Community; Anatoly Khomik, Director of Chernivtsi Regional Center of Social and Psychological Aid; Helena Bordon, Advisor to the Head of the Lviv Regional Military Administration, Head of the Coordination Center for Supporting Civilians; and Svetlana Yarmolenko, Director of the Department of Social and Youth Policy of Vinnytsia Regional Military Administration. So it's very good that Volodymyr was the first to come to the stage because he has managed to help us with the chair. So all the speakers seem to be there. We are happy that you're with us. And first of all, I will give each of you some 30 seconds to comment upon the survey and the results. Do you think that, in fact, in your communities, there is a challenge like that? In a community or in your region? Just in brief, just let us know whether you know how to cope with those challenges. Yes, no, I don't know. So you have mics next to you, so let me invite you to speak loud. And Alisa, let me start with you. Yes, good afternoon to everyone. First of all, thanks a lot for inviting me. I've come here from the eastern part of Ukraine, from Pavlograd territorial community, and it's a pleasure for me to be staying here with you. As far as challenges are concerned, I also voted, and my answers correlate well with the overall results. But our community is just at the beginning of the path, but we have faced all of those challenges, but for the number of service beneficiaries. So we are concerned about having more beneficiaries than we can actually provide.
This is not just about the questions, but what support is needed to develop these services in the country. And we have a lot of support on the part of international institutions, but when it comes to training, so the infrastructure is not prepared enough for our purposes, and this is our main problem. What concerns other things, everything else seems to be all right. All right, yes. Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. Staff issues are really a problem, and when it comes to trained staff, that's even bigger problem. We solved this problem by employing IDPs, because we have IDPs living in the institution and train them. But we can see that these training sessions have to be systematic. All right, thank you. That's for you, Helena. Hello. I can speak on behalf of the whole Lviv region. What I've seen in the last 4 years, we've had a coordination center at the regional administration, and we have some working groups, which include also the deputy heads of territorial communities. And I can say that I still lack the information. It's interesting that a lot is talked about it at the national level, but this year we held a strategic session with the regional departments and territorial communities and with different service providers. That's approximately 110 participants of the strategic sessions, and local organizations do not always understand what is happening at the national level, and we can see here some organizations who are the partners of national or ministerial programs. They understand what is happening, but if we speak about the local NGOs who could be the lobbyists and negotiators with the territorial communities, they don't have a good understanding of how the system works. So I actually lack one more aspect, this awareness of how the system works. Expensive, no budget, yes, and it's not only about the buildings themselves. And if we do the analytics, and there are 2 ministries doing this analytics right now, each region has enough premises which are not used by educational institutions or some other institutions, and they could be used, but the problem is not with the repair works. The problem is that this service is for years. It's not going anywhere, and if you accept these people, you will have to support them. So we speak here about 3, 4, 5 million per year to support the building the place. And quite frequently I hear from the territorial communities that this is for 14 people only, 3, 4, 5 million for 14 people only. And this argument has to be dispelled, because we have to explain that it's not just for 14 people, that people have to be informed, because we have people like that in each community, and we have communities all over the country which have not created a center for social services yet, and they don't have people who would come to the head of the territorial community and say, we have this group of people in our community and they need support. So persuading them to build a center for supported living for 14 people would be very complicated. Yes, so it's not so much about the awareness raising, but it's about the comprehensive approach, like ability to advocate for it, knowledge about the service and its existence, and also making a situation look like in such a way that the members of the local council can't just ignore it. I should agree with Pavlohrad because we have a similar situation with the lack of infrastructure prepared for the purposes. Of course, we do have educational institutions which do not function. We don't have many of those, but we understand that we may have such next year because we have huge outflow of children and school children. So in the future, these may become the infrastructure for supported living. And also, well, we can cooperate here with the territorial center in terms of the Department of Inpatient Care. Another important issue is the lack of the budget. We kind of do have the budget, but when it comes to priorities, so when it comes to helping the army, when it comes to healthcare services, it happens so that supported living becomes not so much a priority anymore. And we are quite a big community and we don't have the service yet, although it is important for us. So there are questions concerning the budget. We have the preliminary agreement, but we are looking for the premises at the moment. What concerns the staff, we will train the staff. We will go to those places where people have been working. They are ready to help us with training. What concerns the beneficiaries, there are so many potential beneficiaries there, and if we speak about this segment of the servicemen, those are the figures we can't even calculate right now. Thank you, Igor, Svetlana. Good morning, dear participants and attendees of the event. You know, I've been telling my colleagues that there is a problem, there are questions which have to be solved. Yes, this is a question. We do understand this question. It's expensive, there's no budget, I agree with that, but we work with it. What concerns expensive? Speaking about Vinnytsia, we have analyzed the average cost of supported living at 7,200, but when it comes to large institutions, it's 15,000. So it's a question whether it's more expensive. We do lack qualified staff members, so we are working on that as well. Last year and this year we held two-day workshops on supported living, on specifics of the service, on provision of the service in accordance with the state standards. We also conduct training together with the centers of social service provision, with the deputy heads for social matters in the territorial communities. And we work on different services, including early intervention and supported living. This year, the department conducted more than 20 training sessions. The regional center of social services also conducted the training session. That we do not have enough beneficiaries, I don't think so. In Vinnytsia region, we have 7,500 people with a disability. Of course, not everyone requires supported living services, but many of them do. And it's important for the territorial communities to see the needs. And we have this table where, well, there is this the services they provide indicated. When we look at supported living services, then we can see what additional services are required and we can develop it further. So we don't have enough knowledge how to do it in the right way. Well, there are so many guidelines, so many civil society organizations and NGOs who can help and become mentors. Thank you. Great, thank you, Svetlana. Each and every one of you gave us quite a substantial feedback on the voting we did, but I would like to tell our audience when the answers are not 3 but plus or minus from the 3, that means that we as an audience do not know much about the service. So I was thinking about this system. The supported living is not a single service, it requires a whole ecosystem. So Svetlana, you may be right here that we have not started providing these services yet and we don't have a clear understanding of what services it has to be accompanied with when it comes to people who require these services. Lisa, I would like to talk to you right now. Svetlana mentioned such an important topic like defining the needs. So why don't we have it? Because we define the needs only in those places where the services are provided. So how did you define the needs, and who are the people requiring the supported living services in the communities? And maybe you can draw some initial conclusions after, well, starting to provide supported living services. Thank you for your question, and I would like to answer to your question with a question. So, those in the room, please raise your hand if you don't have the service yet, but you plan to provide it. Great. So the things I'm going to tell right now will be good for you. Do we have anyone who doesn't have the service and doesn't plan to introduce it? No, we don't have people like that. Everyone is very motivated here. Well, that was a provocation. Well, you see that it seems to me that the path to services came through understanding of what supported living services are. It was not easy to figure it out because it was social adaptation, home-based care, daycare, shelter, and supported living. So where is it in that system? How do we not confuse it with some other forms? And I'm very grateful for the training conducted by the Ministry of Social Policy together with the UNDP project and our military administration. It was a training session for heads of the communities, and I would like to really recommend that if you want to introduce the service, let your leaders first undergo the training on what it is, because if the deputy head of the community responsible for this service doesn't understand what it is, it will take you a lot of time to explain it. Then we have to understand who needs it and what for. In our case, we use several instruments. We've had a group of social and psychological support since 2020 for young people with mental impairments, and together with the medical practitioners and social workers, we have been working on that. We have 3 groups. We have 50 people working there. And what you said in the beginning was very important for me. What do these parents care for? What are they worried? They say, well, while I'm alive, it's all right for my children, but what will happen to them when I die? And in addition to that, the parents, they can go anywhere. They can go on vacation. They can leave their children for a day. And we have 30,000 of displaced people, out of them 11,000 people with disabilities. In addition, we have a sports club for people with disabilities, and we also have a shelter and many other things. We have conducted focus groups with those people. Those were elderly people, people with disabilities, people with mental impairments, and we talked to them and asked them whether they need it and whether they would like to be the recipient of the service. And we had very good results, people responding, yes, we need this, and they agreed that they do not want to go and live somewhere in the center. They want to stay at home and have a personal assistant who would be helping them. And I really loved what you said about the servicemen, because when I said that the servicemen are already requiring supported living services and will require them even more, I'm told, well, no, they need social adaptation, they need this, they need that, they need rehabilitation, but no, they shut themselves in their apartments. Their wives leave them, their parents leave them, and there are so many cases like that, and we need to help these people. They need a person who would come and help them, who would talk to them, who would accompany them, go to different institutions with them. Yes, in some cases the social workers for veterans do this job, but it's not exactly the same. Well, Lisa would like to interfere here as well, because we need to understand what group of people requires supported living. Not every veteran, not every serviceman will require that, and some people will need assistance, but the others will need much more. Yes, so people said that, well, we need to research this matter. We need to do an in-depth research on the matter, and then when we convinced that the service is necessary, we had consultations with the mayor, with the public, and we suggested a strategic vision which should be included into the strategy of the development of the city. We defined the service provider, that's the territorial center. We found the premises, so we changed its designation not to pay rent. Then it was transferred for the use of the territorial center. We wrote a letter to produce to work on all the documents, and then the events at the front line happened, and we had to give these premises to those who needed it, and we were registered in the register as supported living service providers, but we did not stop at that point. Olena mentioned today that supported living services can be provided at home as well, so we have clients who would like to receive the service. And, after a missile strike, we went from apartment to apartment, and we found a woman whose brother died a month later, and she had mental impairment, and she couldn't take care of herself. So she is the first who's going to receive these services from us. And we didn't have any private providers of social services. Now the Red Cross division, local Red Cross division, actually registered as social service providers, and then we will be able to combine our efforts. They will buy a house and they will transfer it to us, and then we will provide these services together. So we have a vision. We know it's necessary. But what concerns whether the service is cheap or expensive, well, that depends on the calculations. The money follows the person is a good program, but it depends on how long it will last. So we have to be ready to invest our own funds into that, because this is not a cheap service. Let's applaud to Alisa and to Pavlograd community, who, despite of all the difficult conditions they live in, they continue helping those who started doing that, those who need the support in their communities. Volodymyr, my next question is to you. You don't provide supported living services yet. And I have just one comment to your previous answer, because you said that you are looking for the infrastructure which could be used. I have a great reservation here. Supported living, this is not about creation of small boarding houses. This is about the freedom of a person to choose home and to live how they can. So have you defined the needs? Do you know how many people you will have? And what trainings have you taken as deputy mayor to understand that this service is needed? Well, first of all, I'm here because I got an invitation from Mental Health for Ukraine. But this is connected with the fact that Chervonograd community, well, we haven't been renamed by the Cabinet of Ministers yet. So for 6 years, we have been the platform for various projects, together with the Ukraine-Swiss Mental Health for Ukraine project. We worked in the project in the beginning, and then we continued. We were one of the first communities where we had a group of facilitators living while waiting. This is the support group for families of those who are missing in action. And that's why we responded positively to participate in the project which works with supported living. But here we didn't probably have complete understanding of what it is. And probably in the beginning this problem wasn't that topical for us. But nevertheless, training is one thing. We did have the understanding after the trainings, but if we speak about the breaking point, we have a vet school which has a license to train children with mental impairments. And when the director of, well, the principal of this vet school sends a letter to the city council indicating that there are several boys and girls who are about to finish the vet school, and you need to do something with them because their training is almost over. That means that they will not be able to live in the dormitory anymore. And although we are quite a big community, but we don't have social housing at the moment, and these are all internally displaced children, so they were brought from an institution in the east to Borislav, and then they finished school in Borislav, and then they studied in our vet school. And this summer, another 5 children with the same profile are finishing their studies. And we faced this problem, and we needed to do something about that because, well, these are already our children because they live in our community. So in parallel with the training, the Workshop of Dreams probably will take one of these boys, the one who has most difficulties. And we have already found some places for them, but we are not officially providing supported living services yet. We still have 3 boys. We have provided them with the housing in the whole residence of the mining college. And they need the supported living service, but they are not receiving it yet. But I think we'll manage with that. So you haven't had any training. You just are driven by the fact that there are these young people you need to do something with, and you don't even know what to do with them. No, we did have training sessions. We went to the Workshop of Dreams. We went to a town where they have daycare facilities. On Monday, I was in Kolomea. So it's not just me going to these places, it's also the head of the Department of Employment and Social Protection. So we are completely ready. And when it comes to the specialists, we have civil society organizations of disabled youth, and they continue working on that as well, because it's just that if we do it on their premises, it will not be completely supported living, but we would like to do it properly. I would like to draw some interim conclusions based on what we have heard from the communities, and Volodymyr mentioned that, and Alisa mentioned that. It's very important to understand who's with you on that path. In your case, it's the Red Cross. In our case, in Sheptytsky, this is the Workshop of Dreams, Майстерня Мрії. So it's important to understand whom you can involve, who could become your partner. And it's a pity, but it seems to me that this is the next step we need to involve businesses to support or the houses and apartments for supported living. Halina, my next question is to you. You are working at the regional level, and you see many communities which are facing a whole avalanche of reforms and military challenges and so on. So how do you help, or how can you tell that communities prioritize social services, including supported living? Volodymyr actually hinted that the communities say that we have our own children and somebody else's children, but at the same time they are all our own. So do people in communities understand that they need to take their people from the boarding institutions. I will probably start by something else. More than 10 years ago, we had the decentralization reforms, and the communities have their own priorities and people who they are responsible for. But there is one thing I noticed over this period of time. It's very important that some programs are adopted at the level of the region, and that some messages are sent from the level of the region, and also the mentorship and expert support is very important. Starting from 2022, we've had a separate working group at the administration that was a working group on medical and social support. And in 2022, they started working with education, social protection, and health care. And this big group went to communities, analyzing the challenges we saw there. And of course, the first point of focus were the IDPs who lived in schools at that time, but we did understand that these people, especially elderly people, will not go anywhere, they will stay here. And in 2022, this working group was working actively. I'm very grateful to the team because we have received many important messages from the expert environment. We have here Mr. Orasuvalo, and there's a whole network of specialists whom we work with. And in 2022, we presented a comprehensive program of mental health and psychosocial support, and a separate block in 2023 was the healthcare and social protection. And in 2023, we already included supported living in the program. So this was a reason to conduct negotiations with the communities that this is of priority, this is important. Then we got the support on the national level, because if you want to do something, you need to build experiment. There's this national document, let it be a pilot resolution or something like that. Then we also had separate orders and decrees of the Ministry of Social Policy, which we used when adopting the comprehensive program at the level of Lviv region. And then you start talking to the communities, explaining that this is the service you need to introduce. The document matters. National level, regional level, shaping a team, then shaping a separate working groups which starts accompanying them. In the region, we have 6 centers like that. 4 of them are in municipal ownership, and 2 of them are the civil society organizations. Those are the Workshop of Dreams and Caritas. Caritas has 3 locations, and Workshop of Dreams also has 3 locations, if I'm not mistaken. And there's also a working group on supported living, which is working within the framework of the sub-program. They have separate financing from the region so that the communities can do the repair works. So speaking about the synergy has to be there since the very beginning. And another important moment is that for 2 years, twice a year, we have been conducting training sessions for the specialists, and we have some of them here. We have Anna Rashetnik here with the team, with Olena Temchenko, who have been working in synchrony with the Department of Social Protection. So they conduct this training for the communities who are ready, and Alisa asked who is ready, and we saw many hands in the room. And we can see that the level of readiness is increasing, that many people get involved into training sessions, but then in the end of the year we have 1 or 2 centers who work on that, and usually that happens in cities and bigger cities. Then if we speak about civil society organizations, speaking about Lviv and Strik communities, in Strik community they had supported living centers created by Caritas. Those are 3 locations which they created, and they worked with internally displaced people. And we could see them here on stage as well. So first were the civil society organizations, and then the territorial community. Another important moment is that we have meetings every month. And starting from the last year, in synchrony with the Department of Social Protection, I may be mistaken, but we had 6 or 7 civil society organizations who work with social services like the Maltese Service, the HelpAge, Caritas, and a number of other organizations who delegated their staff members they pay them some salary or remuneration. We also have Rokada, Nika, and many others. I'm not going to enumerate everyone. And these people are now members of the working group at the regional administration. And they go to communities, to boarding institutions to assess the needs. And they have undergone training according to that a questionnaire which is approved, and we will speak about it at our Lviv forum. We will have some results there. For this system to work, we needed to do a lot of work, and we are speaking here about bringing people back from the boarding institutions, but it requires a whole complex of measures. I have several questions which are quite quick. You say that the Lviv regional military administration is ready to support people financially. Yes, and we do it systematically. So do you support the workshop of dreams as well? Or whom do you support, and what is the reason for providing this support? I know there are so many communities. Well, there is a competition. There are very clear criteria. We are talking here about repair works only. And there is a separate commission, doing the screening and the selection process. There are different aspects which require the involvement of the community and the decisions of the committees of the territorial community. So in fact, it's pretty much the same as described in the ministry, in the standards of the Ministry of Social Policy. We analyze everyone who applies and consider their participation. So we have a working group of the Commission. So these are funds for repair works. Well, of course, repair works is just a small part because we also have the supported living centers which were opened at the cost of partner organizations like in Stray and Drohobych. So there are regional funds and there are also partner funds. But what I would like to stress here is that we need to have a very clear synergy, because even when partners come to a working meeting and they hear it as a priority and they see that we have representatives of different departments at this meeting and they speak about the same things, when we have the standards defined at the regional and the national level, we invite them to training sessions, then it all starts moving. If something is not in place, then they find people. So awareness documents at the national and regional levels are important, and also the example of those territorial communities who say we are ready to learn. A quick question about the assessment done by the working group when they go to boarding institutions. So is this about the assessment of needs of a person who's in the institution? And are these the local experts who can't do this? Why do you need this additional assessment? This working group includes members of the working group who are the staff members of the Department of Social Protection or other municipal institutions. There are also representatives of civil society organizations. So we can see as national leaders, and we have talked to almost every leader of the national level, because this is the first instance when we have a group of the experts from civil society organizations who are service providers, and they are included into this subgroup for assessment. So what do we assess? We assess the residents of these boarding institutions according to the strategy of deinstitutionalization, according to the need to bring people back into the communities. We have surveyed one boarding institution. The department does its work when it informs about this, and when we have a list, so that when people come, they understand that they will have 3 or 4 persons who they will have to work with on assessment on the die. So this is about experience for us and for the civil society organizations. I'm grateful to the partners who agreed to work on this, and I believe that if this continues in other regions and if we have this synergy, it might be very good. It's a good synergy when we have not only staff members but also representatives of civil society organizations who also then help do the repair works. So this is more of a professional assessment which you use not only to talk to the institutions but also to the communities, to let them know about the needs of the communities. I can say that this is a very good thing because we have the representatives of international organizations working with the communities as well, and we tell them that when you build a strategy with the communities or when you're involved into preparing the strategic document and when you finance the writing of the strategic document, don't forget about this service and about this process in the community. And when people are involved into this process, when they have been to this institution and everything is taking place according to some procedure, then it's easier to persuade the community to do that. So this is more for advocacy purposes, to motivate the communities. Svetlana, do you have anything like that? Do you also allocate financing? Do you see the needs? How can you, as a regional administration, reinforce the communities in providing these services? Did they ask you for money or some exchanges? Well, they asked us for exchanges, not for money. And I would like to mention the prehistory here. So we realized that we have people in institutional care who could and should not be in institutional care. So we had a regional center for rehabilitation of people with mental impairments established, and we had a group of experts involving also representatives of civil society organizations. That was long ago, back in 2018, and we selected people from our institutions who could stay in that center. At the moment, people are in this center. We have a department of supported living there, where we have 3 separate apartments where 8 clients can live. 6 clients live there at the moment. As a result, one of those has a job. We have the manager of this institution, so she can tell you more about that. And when it comes to supported living services, we started providing these services in Vinnytsia region in 2018 together with the Sprava Kolpinga civil society organization in Ukraine. Those people still receive this service until today. This service was provided at the cost of regional budget in 2021. That was 313,000 hryvnias. Now we have 4.8 million hryvnias allocated for that, including the needs to do repair works in the center. And we intend to provide this service in another department, and we expect to have 11 people living there. But I would like to speak about another thing which we have already talked about. It's about the services provided in the territorial community. One boy from that center actually left for the community. So he bought a home and he restored his connections with his mother, and he now lives in Tomashev territorial community, and he receives the services of supported living in the territorial community. After multiple meetings, training sessions, and focus groups with territorial communities, we have achieved these small results, but they're still good results, because after one of such events, we were approached by a head of an institution in the community, and she said, we have a case when a mother died and 2 girls with disability are left, so we would like to provide this supported living services there. So the services are provided to the clients free of charge. This is not too much funds for the territorial community. It's just salary of the staff workers, but otherwise these people may live in their homes. So if we speak about the funds, whether it's expensive or not, well, we have inter-budget transfers. It's all simple. If the territorial community doesn't have the need of establishing a municipal enterprise and they need to provide only one service, and it could be provided only in an institution because the circumstances are such, we can have one place, and it could be a legal entity in one of the territorial communities, and the other communities may get these inter-budget transfers and will have their clients there. Well, I wanted to ask you about intermunicipal cooperation, but you suggested it as an answer. And how many centers do you have in the region? I mean, centers for supported living. Well, at the moment, this is what I have already mentioned. This is Sprava Kolpinha NGO provided supported living services, and we also have the Department of the Municipal Enterprise for Supported Living. Not enough. Anatoly, I'm now addressing you. When we speak about the reform in the social field, we frequently think that we need to do something with human dignity, with the person's right to decent life, and the boarding institutions are not a place to ensure that, but you supported the reform and actually the introduction of the supported living services. Why did you do that? Because you knew it was necessary, because somebody told you to do so? So that's the first part of the question. And the second part of the question is, if you had to start from scratch, what would you do differently? What mistakes can be avoided by all those who raise their hands that they would like to introduce this service? Well, the region participated in an experimental project, and we were proposed to introduce the supported living services in our communities. The communities didn't have the understanding of what it is, and they didn't want to do that. We had a building which stood empty, and we suggested using this building, and that is how this service appeared on our territory, and it was provided by our organization. And what else was done? We conducted an assessment of the residents of institutions. Synergy Civil Society Organization assessed 6 boarding institutions, and the 7th one was Kapostensky Institution, which was moved from the east. And while the assessment was conducted, we did the repair works, and then we conducted the selection, which we have already mentioned today. We were not sure whom to take, the boys or the girls, or how to organize that. Then we also were afraid that people would refuse, because, you know, a boarding institution is a boarding institution. You don't want to have to do anything. You are provided with food. Everything is decided for you. And we were afraid that regardless of the conditions we create, people will spend a week there and then say, no, we want to go back to the boarding institution. It's better there. So this is our experience. So we took these people, and personally said that, well, as a relative, I invited them to spend a month there as if on a vacation. So they spent 1 month and tried supported living. So that was a big workload for us, because you had to ensure food, all those washing products, and many other things. So now we would have done it in a different manner. We would not have had this test period, because people don't want to return to the boarding institutions. There was also this question of moving around the city, because to be able to use public transport, you need to be registered in the city, but these people are registered in the boarding institution, so we had to re-register them, and until they were registered, they with us, they feel that they still belong to the boarding institution. And when they go to a hospital, for example, they say we are registered in this boarding institution, and then they come back and ask why are we registered there while we are living in a supported living home. So it's necessary to register them so that you cut all the ties with these boarding institutions. We now have 6 girls and 2 boys. We also do some experiments there, and we can see that this is also a good option to mixed people, because they behave in a totally different way. They have like 52 to 23 years of experience of living in institutions. Thank you. But how about staff? Because supported living services require an assistant who can help with everyday chores. And people have different needs. We talked about it yesterday. Someone can cook but can't go and buy the food products. So could you easily find people who would support these people and provide the services? Well, when you look into the necessary staff, we thought whom to employ. So we have 4 social workers, although it would be good to have people with higher education who have undergone the necessary training. So we have 4 social workers. And we also have a psychologist, but we also have the people working in the original organization, and they also help because these are lawyers, teachers. My deputy also takes active part in this work because we participated in the assessment of social service beneficiaries. And when it came to choosing people to work, social workers don't need any specialized training. So we hired internally displaced people. But we looked at their experience, whether they have an experience with food, for example, because we may have elderly people who know how to cook well. The others have some hobbies like plants, for example, and they can share these things to our beneficiaries. Well, the way you describe it, it looks like anyone and everyone can do that. No, not anyone. So these should be people with special education. But you said proper education. What do you mean proper education? What are the competencies which are needed? So these have to be people who are trained in how to solve conflicts. They have some understanding of psychology and approaches. Because when hiring these people, we conducted trainings, but you need to do it systematically. Thank you. I understand that training, this is rather about basic education of a social worker. But then it's also about some additional competencies like how to talk to the residents, how to establish social contexts, and how to solve conflicts. And now is the time for your questions, because we have here people with practical experience. Some are ready to open supported living. Some, like representatives of regional administrations, provide support in starting this service. So if you have any questions, now is the right time to ask these questions. Raise your hands. While you're thinking, I would like to talk to you, Alisa. I have a question. I would like to ask Olena. I know there's a draft amendment to the Resolution 888 on nurse care. So could you please comment on that? Because I can see that Ministry of Health is involved through the hospitals. So how will it work? This is what I mentioned. Last week, a draft resolution was adopted, and it includes 2 experimental projects, new ones. We have to be prepared for that. So the first service, this is long-term nursing care. What does it mean? It means that when a person, and this is important for your community, when a person is evacuated and now we have evacuations from the communities of Luhansk and Donetsk, and these are mostly elderly people who have been staying in their homes as long as they could, and they need the support. But we are not only talking about the elderly people, but also people with disabilities and the others. So to stabilize a person's condition, they may be referred to a healthcare facility where these people would undergo some medical treatment, but also get some nursing care during 30 days, and the Ministry of Social Policy will pay the National Health Service for that. And the next step, when we speak about the evacuation of internally displaced people, this is also about the support of these people and providing them with shelter. If not everyone needs supported living, of course. So we speak about the shelter service, which could be provided on the premises of social service provider, or they may rent a place where the service could be provided. And within the experimental project, we have defined what experts have to be involved, what is included, and the Ministry of Social Services, through the Fund of Social Protection of People with Disabilities, will pay under the agreements. And then the classical procedure, concluding an agreement, developing an individual plan, and then helping a person recover from the unfavorable circumstances. And the resolution adopts the amendments to Resolution 1352, which regulates the procedure of payment. So we define the responsibilities and how funds are transferred. So Resolution 888, which is still functional until the next year, we have introduced some changes related to people with disability, elderly people with disability, and people staying with also with some pets, because that's also a problem for evacuation. We have also regulated the matters of payment if a person decides to suspend services without prior information. Well, it happens. Sometimes people die, that also happens. So we included the changes which were necessary to use the resolution and the things we saw in the process of implementation. The service provider came with a problem, and we saw that and we took it into account. And another resolution is 1555. We have two state enterprises of sanatorium type. That's a sanatorium in Mirhorod and a sanatorium in Truskavets. So these are also the transition hubs where we receive IDPs who require health stabilization and who require sometimes even inpatient treatment. We have up to 50 persons in Mirhorod. And we also have supported living services there. Over 2 years of their stay in sanatoriy, we have seen evident changes in the condition of physical and mental health of these people. And together with our partners, we are now piloting the services of social adaptation of internally displaced people, where we have a team of experts working on helping these people leave the sanatorium, because when everything comes down, a person finds a place. They need a permanent place of residence, because this is not a place to stay forever. So this is just a temporary shelter. And then the person should start living in a community. But until we find a place for the person to live, we have different examples when people rent home together, or when they find homes with the help of our partners who repair houses in rural areas. So what is the point of social services? They need individual approach. You cannot say we have 5 documents, the decision is taken, everything is solved. So we work individually with each and every person, and we have these individual plans to work with them. Yes, while this is just a draft, the resolution has already been adopted. It would be good not to have such limitations of 30 days exactly. What if it's too little? What if it's not enough? it's about care, it's not about treatment. Yes, I do understand this, but 30 days, but in case of need, which is divided by this, specialist, it might be prolonged. Yes, Olena has been working with us for 2 days. And Olena is somewhere here, and she's open to questions. So let us now ask questions to the speakers about their experience. So I can see that we have a question here. Maybe someone ready. So you will ask a question, and then Andriy will ask a question. Hello, I'm from Kharkiv, and I would like to ask Helena. You said that you have a regional program for the development of social services and psychosocial support, and supported living as a part of this program. Is it a separate program or is it a part of that program? Helena, just a second. We will take a second question and then we will answer both questions at the same time. So this is just one program. They say I can only answer after 2 questions. And I have the second question. I would like to understand, in Kharkiv we also have a regional program starting from 2023, and in the program we also included the regional funds and local funds there. We envisaged them. They were supposed to be 50-50, but unfortunately it didn't work, because even with this distribution 50-50, communities don't have funds for restoration of these buildings, because they have buildings which need to be repaired. They have land plots which can be provided for new construction, but they don't have the funds for that. So how does your program deal with that? Is that co-funding, or are those exclusively the state budget funds, or are those the funds of the local communities? All right. I understand that I have to answer 2 questions at the same time. Yes, I have a question to everyone, to the communities. It will be very interesting to hear about the examples of interaction with other fields, namely medical sector, and I mean here the psychiatric service, like for example inpatient treatment, how psychiatrists interact with the social sphere field, and refer or not refer people to supported living. So this is about the medical service. And on the other hand, this is the employment center. So everything that is connected with employers, assistants who could help a person start their path on the labor market. Do you have any specific examples? I would be very interested in hearing them. Very well. I will try to answer both questions at the same time. In 2021, we adopted a program which consisted of 3 blocks: education, social protection, and healthcare. And in 2023, we envisaged the intersectoral support from healthcare. This is shaping a network of healthcare, mental health centers under cluster hospitals, and when it comes to social protection centers, and they work with the supported living centers. And this program envisages the possibility of having sub-programs, and also establishment of the working commission, which announced a call to select the territorial communities to repair buildings. And now the Commission actually works with the selection of territorial communities. It doesn't work without good informational policy and positive examples. So basically we have a whole system in place. So this is training, when for 2 years in a row we have been selecting the representatives of territorial communities systematically. These are deputy heads of territorial communities and also social workers. So this is thing number 1. Without the information policy, it could not work. Then we also cooperate with the civil society organizations which provide these services, and which been involved into the working group and working on the same things, going to the communities, joining our meetings, define it as their their priority when negotiating with donor organizations. Because, well, if it was easier, we would have more of those, but to do the work systematically, you need to conduct information sessions every month. You have forum once a year and so on, and then the community start talking about that. Then there is one more thing: synchronization of social and psychological services. For 3 years in a row, we have been calling that the psychosocial service, and I've heard a lot about that starting from 2022. Because we called it psychosocial from the very beginning, and for something to change in the social sphere, we need to change something in the healthcare field as well. And in addition to that, the Social Protection Department has a multidisciplinary team, and if we take the first center which was created and was supported by results of the competition that got co-financing from the regional budget, people from the regional psychiatrical hospital were referred there because these are people who don't have to be in the hospital. They can live in a territorial community, and there is a professional who comes to them from the mental health center, from the cluster hospital. So we need to have this interaction. If you do only one thing, then the question is, when are you going to start doing other things? So when we prepared this program, it was probably the smallest program of Lviv regional administration. I mean, in terms of the number of pages we have there. But the program launched this intersectoral approach from the very beginning. We have 3 areas from the very beginning: education, healthcare, and social protection. And at all meetings, we inform about what has been done. And we have representatives of territorial communities there. 2 weeks ago, I had a working meeting of the coordination center, and we inform all territorial communities about the meetings. They are now held in our districts, depending on the subgroup: education, healthcare, and social protection. It's good to have heads of territorial communities and their deputies. And we also have managers from all partner organizations there. And it's good when people from communities come and lobby their communities during the meetings. But we needed 3 years of continuous awareness raising. So it doesn't work otherwise. Thank you, Helena, for stressing the fact that this is a management system which is connected with awareness raising, with money, and so on. Anatoly, I would like to ask you to answer Andrei's question. So what about psychiatrists? Do they recommend supported living? What do we do with that? Well, we work from the other side. When our beneficiaries require psychiatric services, they get referrals from their family doctors, and they are referred to psychiatric treatment. Well, there's no referral because the service is not developed yet, so we can't refer people in those places where there is no service like that. So people are our beneficiaries, but they don't refer us there. We have exhausted our time which was allocated to us, but I would like to ask the last brief question to everyone. When we spoke about provision of services, we spoke about the government, about service provisions, about the regional and national levels of support, but I have a question about one more aspect of resistance when we do supported living. And they asked, what will happen to these people when their neighbors are dissatisfied? What about the perception of the community? What can you tell us about this? Explain to us why having good neighbors in supported living is okay. How do you talk about this to the community so that these people in the community are not afraid of supported living? I can see that you wanted to add something. So, Svetlana, that's Vinnytsia Regional State Administration.
In fact, it's very easy to talk to the communities. You just show success stories to them, how it happens, and we have services like that in the communities. The communities are okay with that. What I would like to stress is, and that's why I raised my hand, we should not forget that supported living, this is a basic social service, and it should be available in each and every territorial community. It may be supported by the national or regional level or even local level, but it's a basic social service which should be provided either by the provider or they should be procuring these services. Volodymyr, Deputy Mayor of Sheptytsky. Well, I will have a practical answer to this question. I had many meetings with various neighbors, and in fact, neighbors who understand these problems, they are always fine. When the problem gets aggravated, that's when you really need to isolate someone. So this is a question which actually impacts the position of neighbors. So until you tell them that something is wrong, they don't really think it is. Well, neighbors are the ones who can help. Well, I'll be honest that a lot has changed since the national campaign on deinstitutionalization was launched and the information policy from the first lady was introduced. Information policy does matter, and when you see it everywhere, well, you can see it wherever you go on transport and so on. So this information policy does matter, and continuous meetings and explanation matters. So the bigger the city, the simpler it is. And when it's a village, people don't even pay attention to that. Yes, that's what I wanted to say as well. Halina Bordun, that's Lviv Regional State Administration. Anatoly? Well, we are in a place where we have a geriatric center next to Amedes. We have the Center for Social Rehabilitation of People with Disabilities. Yes, so this is not so much about integration in your case. Well, we have polyclinics and hospital in this district of the city, so we have many people like that in this district. And Alisa, we haven't had any resistance from the neighbors yet. We've conducted an active awareness raising campaign, and we read the comments under our posts, but people commented not on actually commenting not against that, but they asked, what about children? Why do you work with grown-ups only? When will you provide services for children? When we said that this is an experimental project for IDPs only, and they said, what about us? We are the locals. Why don't you care about us? So we just accept diversity. Yes, so I am another person spreading myths. Yes, Volodymyr, I am almost done. But the last thing I read about a person among people and how people are researched as biological and social beings. And the latest idea is to research not a person as a separate entity, but us researching us as a network. And if you research people as a network, we can work in clusters, and we can infect each other with attention, emotions. And I would like us to infect each other with care at this forum and having this equal treatment of everyone. Thank you, Oksana, for great moderation. Thank you to the speakers. Please don't leave the stage. You will get some small presents because, a person among people, and you are the examples of those communities who are multifaceted and have different options. I think they are unique for everyone, but I'm pleased to see that this process is developing, and it seems to me it's developing very rapidly. So we have small presents for you from the MH4U project. And I would like to invite Elena Fartushna. Here we have a present, a symbolic present for you as well. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity to listen to you. Aster, I can see you.
Great job. I would like to thank all our speakers. Let us continue. And we have 30 minutes for a very important aspect. So this is the impact of supported living social services on the perception of quality of life and respect for the rights of people with the intellectual and mental disabilities. This is the research conducted with the support by MH4U project, and our colleagues will present it now. Maria, the floor is yours. Thank you, Volodymyr. I would like to welcome everyone once again. I would like to invite the representatives of the big team working on the research. And we'll start by a couple of introductory words. As a project, Mental Health for Ukraine, we started working on this topic and cooperating with the partners who provide supported living services in 2021. And until today, we managed to extend this support and to work with many partner organizations, and I would like to ask you to show our presentation. But we know that, unfortunately, our technical support project is not forever. It will end one day. So it was important for us to generate not only the services themselves, to develop not only the services and not only the network, but also to leave some evidence which could be used to further develop the services and to collect data which are lacking. We talked about it yesterday. We have too little research, too little scientific data, too little evidence base, which could be used to develop supported living services, and based on which we could measure the quality of services. And probably the most important thing here is that we have to understand whether we are doing our job well and whether our services meet the needs of people who receive it. And for that purpose, we need some scales, some understanding of how it could be measured. And this is what MH4U project has been working on. We have invested a lot of effort into launching this research, and we have gathered a team, and that was an excellent team. You can see only a small part of the team. And these are people who are getting a lot of experience now. We involved many students or recent graduates who have become young experts already, and we have also people with lived experience involved into this process. So we will tell you about it in more detail, and I would like to pass the microphone to the person who was in charge of this research, Olga Boyko. Hello, colleagues. I would like to tell you a bit about what we were doing, and I know that many of you, especially the practitioners, know about us because we visited the supported living centers. We talked to the staff members, to the residents, and today we have a chance to present the preliminary results. And in the end of August, it was on the 30th of August that we finished the field stage and data collection stage, but and we decided to actually present the preliminary results to you. Maybe we will encourage some of you to join our research team if you're interested, and would like to share some initial results and conclusions, because it's important to see and collect data on the development of supported living and what could be improved here, what could be changed here. We spent a lot of time thinking of how to define the goal of our research, and what we realized was to learn how the service impacts quality of life of people who live there and the observance of human rights. And I will explain why we chose these two notions and what we based our research on. When we went to any supported living place, so we were trying to understand how the residents understand their quality of life, what they like the most, what areas they like things the most, what they would like to improve, what are the areas for growth. And we wanted also to understand how it is perceived by the staff members, what changes they are making to the lives of the residents, how they understand that, how they understand the observance of human rights, and basically what rights are observed through these services and what are not, and what should we do as the society to improve the situation. And we went back to the matter of what supported living service impacts and what are some social aspects which could be worked on here, and what rights should be ensured. So we were looking for the tools, deciding on what scales to use, how to ask about that. And yesterday, when Nastya and I presented the scales and talked about the scales, so we also proceeded from that idea. So the point was that we thought that we need to make sure that these questions are clear to those people we talk to, and we found this model by European authors, Shalop, Vertuga, and there's a whole big team of authors from different countries. And they also started from researching the quality of life through then institutionalization processes for people leaving boarding institutions. They were trying to prove that when people live in supported living homes, their quality of life is better. And those are decades of various European and American research projects claiming that the quality of life is not enough of a horizon for us. And they arrived at the conclusion that the quality of life should be connected with human rights. And in many presentations we had during this forum, we heard about this legal model of disability understanding when we proceed from the human rights and the right to life just for everyone in the society, and the understanding of disability as an obstacle towards the enjoyment of these rights. And they gave us the understanding what is the place of services through this support system. And this model is based on values, and we talked about the fact that the Convention for Rights of People with Disabilities is something which is the basis for our activity. This is about also the universal services which are available for all the population, like when we speak about the right to education or the right to healthcare services. So this, well, how is it realized for people who have some obstacles when accessing some other social services? And then we also have the context, like the community, like the previous group spoke about, that whether the community accepts these people or not, how much time the adaptation takes. So these are many things which impact, and this is what we have to work with. And the quality of specific services, they may not be available, there may be many of them, but what exactly is taking place, that and what actually gives us the information about the quality of life of a specific person, because we're talking here about the supported living first of all, but we're talking about people with disability in general, and we're talking about us as a society. And supported living, this is just one aspect of this general support.
And this model really coincided with the values with which we started holding the survey. That's why we used this model based on the tools offered by it. And as you can see, we assessed quite many items. I will not read out the whole list of rights and all the domains of life where you can measure the quality, but we will finally probably speak about all of those elements later. And if I speak about the apartments and houses of supported living that we employ and the services that we employ. So I should say that we decided that we are interested in the supported living that doesn't have any characteristics of institutionalization. A lot of the speakers got back to some methodological recommendations provided by the EU regarding DI, and there those criteria are very clear. They say that, first of all, the supported living house should be within an inhabited settlement, and besides that, the residents should be a part of meaningful activity. That's why not all service providers who are registered in the register of service providers have been approached by us. We approached only the ones who met those target criteria, those who actually fit the criteria of eligibility, because we see those services as exemplary services that are not provided in some area far away from the village, which are not provided in some woods or in some areas close to the boarding institutions and are just called supported living. We hope that supported living houses will stop being established in close attachment to boarding institutions. That's why we approached only the service providers who met all the eligibility criteria. We communicated with the residents of those houses, with the staff, and with the trustees, or the people who have known the residents for quite a period of time. And we found a lot of those people who used to communicate with them when they were still in the boarding institution. These could be volunteers, or these could be legal custodians, or that could be a person who got acquainted with the resident at some workshop, at some hobby group. We wanted to expand the range of people we took as our respondents, because we really wanted to see the whole picture. We wanted to see the overall perception of that change and the influence of the service by different people, because we thought that there may be some differing opinions, and that has already been mentioned today. We can already see that residents really assess their quality of life at a very high level. For them, a supported living service is the horizons of their dreams. But those staying for a longer period of time in supported living start willing to get more, and they start seeing some of the opportunities for their integration in society. This is just more than having a room which they can decorate the way they want. Let's move on. This is the last thing I'm going to tell you. So how did we collect the information and the data? Those whom we have already approached did see the large folders with materials that we compiled. So we had interviews with residents, just several questions to hear the story of a person, to see the perception of the situation by the person, to see what the person likes about living there, what he or she dislikes. And besides that, we used the standardized scale that results from the model for supporting life of people with mental disorders. In Ukrainian it's called I Know the Rights. We try to adjust it to the Ukrainian context, but we don't have that many residents. We would need 200 more residents. That's why let me try to advertise this model. If you're ready to accept our research team, we would be highly interested in having some more interviews, some more surveys to expand the range of respondents. But even the fact that this model has already been translated and adjusted to the Ukrainian context is already a great breakthrough. It's a positive result, and we have already got the scale, which is, by the way, recommended by the EU as the scale for assessing the quality of social services for service providers who provide services to people with mental disorders. So this is already one of our contributions to solving this puzzle, because one of the tasks within our strategy is to adjust Ukrainian quality assessment tools to the European context. So the first attempts have already been made, and we have already got our feedback and our conclusions regarding what works well, what needs to be further adjusted. Besides that, we had group semi-structured interviews, which is a wider talk with the staff. Normally, these were assistants, psychologists, coordinators of the house or directors of the service or the center of supported living. And mainly these were semi-structured telephone interviews with custodians as well. And besides that, our team was quite large. That's why when we arrived in a supported living house or apartment, we were just making some observations. Since we had the scale, we did know what we were supposed to observe. That was not just a subjective approach. We understood what we needed to focus on. And we were led by intuition when we were preparing the scale. Therefore, we wanted to see how much tailored this approach is, how different the service is from the institutional services, and how a person can be individually manifested without violating the rights of other people while staying within that service. So this is the general information. Let me give the floor to Ksenia, and she will tell you more on how we did it. Because I spoke more about the technical tools we used, and now let's speak about people. Thank you. I would speak more about the inclusive approach in this research because we engaged some respondents, and we would ask Ivanka and Svetlana, our co-researchers, to share this experience. But before that, let me show you some theory and let me explain why we arrived at this idea. So, as it has already been mentioned, engaging people in the study of the services that could further be provided to them as beneficiaries is important. And let's say Monthly in her book in 2003 wrote nothing about us without us, and now this statement is also used in the form nothing for us without us. It's really important to engage the beneficiaries, the potential beneficiaries in the research. So this process is based on the social disability model and corresponds to the objectives and the Convention of and the Rights of People with Disabilities. And let's speak in detail what an inclusive survey stands for. As Walmsley says, and she was one of the first researchers to rather systematically describe her in her book in 2003, and for more than 30 years she's been researching into this field. So Walmsley said that an inclusive research and research with the engagement of people with intellectual disabilities who are more than just respondents or the subject of the research. Then she writes what she means by the subject of research, because she says that unfortunately back at that time and even now, when we have a survey among people with intellectual disabilities or mental disorders, quite often their parents give answers to them, or caregivers or service providers give answers instead of them, or these could also be volunteers and so on. There is also another notion of co-research. At the moment, there is an ongoing discussion regarding this definition, but Walmsley says that we have to resort to co-research because this concept says that every human being contributes to a certain process, to a certain project, but from his or her own point of view. And in our research, we also use co-research. Since all of us made equal contributions to the data collection and to the holding of semi-structured interviews with the residents of the supported living service, but at the same time we probably applied different approaches to this. And over the recent 5 years, the number of inclusive researchers has increased throughout the world. Mostly these researches are conducted in the UK, the US, and in the Scandinavian countries. And in Ukraine, according to the statistics that we have, similar researches have not been yet conducted with engagement of people with intellectual disabilities or mental disorders. These people have not been engaged in the data collection process. And there is another researcher, Bigby, who wrote about 3 main ways of conducting inclusive research, which you can see in the slide. But I would like to focus on the third one, the group method, where people with intellectual disabilities and without them work as a team with different assignments based on their interests or skills. And let me speak a little bit about our research team, which has already been mentioned. So we had 13 researchers. These were students or people who are volunteers or who work within the supported living service. And we had 8 co-researchers from the partner organizations. Each of us had a training for the researchers. That was a separate training, and also before we started working, we had an organizational meeting with all co-researchers where we told them about the methodology of our research, about the objectives of the research, and about the potential tasks for their engagement. Then we had a joint meeting where we learned to conduct some structured interviews. We also had a talk about the rights and the ethics in holding the research. Another important aspect that Walmsley stressed in 2018 was as follows. Unfortunately, the studies that are called inclusive studies or researchers do not include the opinion of people with disabilities, either intellectual disabilities or mental disorders, and nobody ever asked about their experience of that work. That's why we had a survey before this work and after that work, and I would like to share the findings because all our co-researchers were highly motivated. For them, that was an interesting new experience that they wanted to try their hand at. And also, each of them had a different motivation and different ideas regarding how the research was supposed to be launched, how it would go. So let me show you a table with no personalized data. But this table shows us why the co-researchers decided to participate in this research as co-researchers. What was most frequently mentioned was personal interest and new experience, widening the horizons that they have and new acquaintances, and they were eager to learn something new for themselves, to gain some new experience. What also motivated a lot of them was to go and to see a new place, to see how other residents within the supported living services live, to compare this experience, to learn new things, and also to develop a new range of communication, because when we communicate with people, we gain a new experience that could further be used in our lives. And now, let me give some questions. These will be the questions for Ivanka and Svetlana regarding their experience. But before that, I would ask our co-researchers to introduce themselves and to tell a couple words about themselves. So, Ivanka, could you speak about yourself? I'm Ivanka. And I'm very happy. Yes, Ivanka, could you tell us more? Where do you live? Maybe you have some other work to do, maybe you got some employment. I live in the Ukrainian Catholic University, and I'm employed. And I like my job very much. And at my workplace, I'm learning new things. That's why I'm always eager to go there. That is really something that I'm interested in. Thank you, Ivanka, for sharing the information about the place of your residence and your experience of being a co-researcher. Could I ask you to give the mic to Svetlana? Svetlana, please introduce yourself and tell us some more information about yourself. Yes, I'm Svetlana. Good afternoon. I'm a participant of the Emmaus Center, and by the way, I've been working for 5 months in Ashan. I like my team at my workplace. I'm also a volunteer. I try to help our servicemen a bit. And I also was engaged in the research, and I like that. Thank you, Svetlana. And here is my first question for you, Svetlana. Could you please tell us about your experience of being a co-researcher? What tasks did you have while performing this work? We had a very good training. We were split into groups. We were trained. We tried to take care of some of our friends. And okay, thank you, Svetlana. Anything that you could add, or probably you could give the mic back to Ivanka? Yes, I would like to add something. I learned a lot of new things. I found new friends in the supported living houses. I found really a lot of friends, and I learned a lot of new things about them and about the way they live. Thank you, Svetlana. Ivanka. Now, my question for you. What were your tasks when you acted as a co-researcher, and could you speak more in detail about your experience of working within that research? We came to the houses with people where people with disabilities live. We took interviews from them, and we learned how they live. We were trying to learn whether there are any special needs, whether they need something, and we learned more about them. We got new friends, so I try to develop in this direction. Thank you, Svetlana, for your answer. Could you give the mic to Ivanka? Could you give the mic to Ivanka, please? Thank you. Ivanka, now a question for you. Could you tell us more about your experience of working as a co-researcher? What tasks did you have? What did you do? Well, my first task, within my first task, I really learned a lot of new things. Well, what did I do? When you came to the supported living service, what did you do there? Well, I asked people whether they like living there. The first person I communicated with was Katya, and she said that she actually likes it. She likes living there. Ivanka, you started saying that you would be very much willing to visit the people within supported living service once again. What would you like to do there? Well, yes, I would like to visit them once again because I really like that. I liked to travel and I like to see new people. Thank you, Ivanka. Thank you for your answer. And here is my last question for Ivanka and for Svetlana. What is your attitude towards engagement of people with disabilities in the research that is actually related to their life? Well, it's difficult for me to speak on that because we need to help people. And when you do something for the first time, when you go to that house for the first time, it's a little bit difficult. And I've got a lot of questions. When I went there for the first time, it was rather difficult, but after that I would be very much willing to go there once again, because these are the houses where people live, and I would just like to visit them once again because I came to like this. I feel sad that I don't see those people any longer. Thank you, Ivanka. Thank you for sharing Thank you for speaking about your experience. And here is my last question for Svetlana. Svetlana, what do you think about engagement of people with mental disorders and intellectual disabilities in the research regarding their lives? For those people not to be closed in themselves, to be further developing, that is required, because if they have a problem, they can actually approach their mentors or their assistants and discuss those problems and issues with them. That would mean further development, that would need their integration in society. They would become more open. Thank you. Let me add a quick insight that we got while working in this inclusive team, where we had some interviewers who with professional background in psychology and social work, and where we also had our co-researchers with intellectual disabilities. We really had a chance to see the value of each other. We worked in pairs. There was an interviewer. There was also one of the students or one of us who are already coordinators, and there was also one of the researchers. So we acted in pairs. We prepared for that interview. We divided the questions with each other. We understood where there was a need to reinforce each other. And there were some cases when a resident of the supported living service was difficult to speak. It was rather difficult for him to speak, and the interviewer could not understand what he was saying, and the assistant was not available at that time, though we thought that the assistant would actually mean more, understand more, and we were eager to engage the assistants in that. But there was a point in time when it seems to me the interviewer was left with the co-researcher. They were taking the interview, and Ivanka could understand the interviewee while the interviewer could not understand. So they were a real help for us in our understanding of the people who find it more difficult to speak and who don't speak plain and clear enough for us to understand what the answer is about. This is just one example, but this atmosphere of cooperation was absolutely great, and the atmosphere of testing the tools was so great. We really elaborated those tools, but when we started taking interviews co-researchers told us, okay, I don't understand what this question is about. So we had to try again to elaborate the questions to the extent when they were really simple and easy to understand. So this is a path we could be still taking for a long period of time, because that was just a pilot study. We will still further improve those tools if we have to use them once again. But we really learned a lot, and we learned a lot in particular due to this co-contribution on the part of our co-researchers. And, we faced the risks regarding whether it would really still be a scientific study if we do oversimplification. But they compensated for those effects thanks to positive cooperation. We have a lot of interviewers among the participants, and they were not afraid to get engaged in this process, which is a rather difficult process. So we did it together. So I'm grateful to you, and I'm also grateful to the service providers whom we approached and who accepted us. But that is our next step. Let me give the floor to Nastya. Good, so let me share the preliminary results of our study. Unfortunately, we will not be able to share everything and all the findings because they are still in the making and under processing, but when we finish the largest part of our content analysis that we do with in-depth interviews, we will publish those results in scientific articles, and we will definitely share those findings with you. So the first thing I would like to say is that we attended 14 supported living houses, and it was in 9 cities. We spoke to the residents of the supported living houses, and we also worked with staff. Not that many was custodians, but it so happened that, or trustees, but it so happened that many residents didn't have those trustees, so it was very difficult to access them. But this is also a good result because we faced real challenges in finding the third parties who would have known the residents for quite a period of time. Quite often their relatives didn't want to speak to us, and this is also about the quality of the relationship that they have outside of the supported living service. At least we found something about that. We expected that at least, well, we worked with 75 residents, and we expected that we would at least have 20 trustees, but actually, we found only 10 trustees, so that is all about whom we can rely on besides the staff of the supported living service. Yes, let me give you some more detailed information, rather the description of the places that we went to. So we went both to the service providers of municipal ownership, state ownership, and also we visited some service providers which provide long-term supported living, and we also visited the ones that provide transit services, transit supported living service. And it should be mentioned that not only people with disabilities live in such houses, but a lot of elderly people live there. Yeah, that was a spoiler. And what we would like to mention primarily is that a lot of residents claim that they feel more autonomous, more capable, and they say that the staff is more respectful of them as individuals. In particular, we could trace this in the stories of people who had some experience of living in institutions, in boarding institutions, but even the people who used to live in families before shared their stories about how their families deserted them or kicked them out, or they had to live in very difficult life circumstances. So when they got into that supported living service, their life really changed for the better. We also saw that there is a good fiduciary relationship between the staff and the residents, because the residents are really trying to build a high quality contact with the residents without without just focusing on the place of work where people would work and then leave for home and everybody would have forgotten about them. Many providers claim that they still have some relationship with their residents out of working hours, and they try to improve generally the quality of life of their residents. And also, we saw that supported living centers are really comfortable with a cozy atmosphere, home atmosphere there. And even if there are some repairs or some similar rooms are built, because that's according to the design documents, anyway, the service providers are trying to make those rooms as individual as possible, because residents have some of their own things. They try to decorate the interior of the room. Somewhere they even do the repairs on their own and trying to make this space as individualized and personalized as possible. It's not just a room like a box where they just have to somehow survive and exist. We could also see a sincere wish of the staff to improve the quality of life of residents. Sometimes there were finance issues, there were problems with emotional burnout, or with workload, but anyway, they try to get back to the supported living service and to do their best to really improve the quality of life of the residents, for the residents of the supported living house to have the best conditions possible. That also shows us that in many staff members they have this internal willingness to improve something, and both the staff and the administration really invested a lot into improving the physical health of residents. So here I'm talking about diagnostics, about visits to the doctor, and diagnostics of health in general. We heard quite many a time that some of the respondents were even taken by the hand to a certain specialized doctor. And many houses start compiling individual plans with identifying healthcare issues as a priority. So they start with that, and sometimes some chronic diseases are identified, and they start the treatment plan then based on that. And they also engage support services and additional resources. We also traced a lot of points of growth, and primarily I need to mention that not many staff members have specialized background, but we have heard a lot of stories about people's changing their qualifications. First, they had one background, and then while working within the supported living service, they were gaining experience, and they understood what needs to be done about that. So it was kind of reprofiling. But some centers did not say that their staff had any specialized training in first pre-medical aid, response to emergencies. They didn't say that they have any trainings on the rights of people with disabilities. But this is also important because of the philosophy of supported living. Also, some of the providers claim that their privacy and confidentiality was violated, and there were some unethical examples of behavior of the staff towards them. But in spite of that, a lot of people try to grow, to move on, and to at least undergo some trainings. And we also notice that individual tailored approach is mostly used in cases when people have disability because of intellectual disability and not elderly people. That was probably because sometimes service providers just didn't know how to provide the adequate services, or quite often they told that they were tired and they were not willing to do anything. That's why they were not trying to create any special environment for leisure time. Though we know that elderly people also need some employment, or they need some activity. And regarding some meaningful activity, I should say that not in all the centers we saw that service providers were really trying to to ensure development of the respondents. So they were not interested in the hobbies, in the talents, and the opportunities for growth for those people and for the development of those hobbies. So there is room for improvement where we could actually add some of those activities. So I need to take your mic because my mic doesn't operate. So for those who are just intend and do the planning for the service provision, I need to mention that though we visited inhabited settlements, but if this is a village which is difficult to reach, then the meaningful activity could be to go to the shop or to go to the club, with probably no events accessible for people with intellectual and mental disorders. And well, quite often this was just limited to that. And we faced a dilemma because the residents of those villages also don't have any meaningful activity or any meaningful employment quite often. But if we are consciously building a house of supported living there, then definitely some of the people will get their workplaces there, but there will not be that much of meaningful activity. And even if it is supported living in an inhabited settlement, not far from the community, anyway, quite often this isolation could be felt because physically you don't have any place to go to. Physically, you don't have any interesting place to find. And then we need those targeted service providers' efforts, because they need to actually invent and create those meaningful activity lines. If that is a larger village with a well-developed infrastructure, then we can actually establish the connection between different services, different organizations and institutions for a person not to feel isolated and closed in that supported living house. And because otherwise the people, the residents, will have their relationship only with the staff. As we have seen, not that many trustees are available. But we should not have this closed cycle. Not in all cases, but at least in some cases, people may still leave such an environment which is closed, and we should help them. Yes, and let's go over to some statistics regarding who live within the supported living service among our respondents. And here I should mention that, first of all, we managed to get the equal number of men and women, and we managed to also have interviews with different age categories. Well, mainly we had people of young age and middle age, but we also managed to have interviews with people within the age category of 18 to 23 and more than 60. Elderly people. And we saw that really there are different stories of people depending on where these people used to reside before and for how long they had been staying within the supported living system. And we saw that this is actually half by half. The people got to supported living only from boarding institutions or from their previous families, but they could also reach the system coming from hostels, from hospitals, and some of them even used to live independently, but mostly they came from institutions and from families. And the largest share of the people interviewed by us were the people who stayed within the supported living system for about 1 or 2 years, but we also managed to have a talk with the people who had the experience of different time spent in the supported living system. So we actually managed to trace the overall system. And if we are guided by this human rights model based on which we developed the scale for our interviews, so we could say that the highest figure as far as observance of human rights is concerned is in the field of material welfare and well-being and physical. I mean, something that could be bought or something that could be arranged in physical terms, that is accessible, while the field of relationship and social engagement as well as emotional well-being are not that well embraced. The level is also high, but it's much lower than that for physical and material well-being. Let me give the floor to Olha now. Yes, and if we have people who have just been transferred from some poor family conditions or from some boarding institutions, because mainly people mentioned that they live in the situations of complicated life circumstances of violence. So for them, this element of comfort was very important, obviously, and they tended to say that how good it is. I can put this picture on the wall. I feel comfortable about it. Everybody feels comfortable here. They are ready to stay on duty as far as cooking, cleaning are concerned. So they really like this home-based feeling. And that's what they show us, and most probably that's why, according to our scale here, we got the highest results. But if we move over to our preliminary conclusions, they are really preliminary because we're still going to process the data and to do analysis. But actually, I'm so much willing to share some conclusions with you. So the level of happiness perception is 9 out of 10. It's very high. That's something that we expected because all the international studies also claim that this is the paradox of disability. People with intellectual disabilities assess their quality of life at a much higher rate than the general population. That's why we really focused on having our tools adjusted to their understanding. I mean, the way we phrase our questions needs to be adjusted to their perception and understanding. It's also important that all the supported living centers give the sense of home and don't have the characteristics of institutionality. That's what they say. We already have the evidence base showing that everything we do gets into the point where we started, or this? Why did we launch this supported living? Because we wanted to find a dignified way of living for people, and that's what supported living could provide you with. Physical and material conditions are at a high level, as mentioned by me, and that's what people say. And there are a lot of houses and centers which already follow the state construction standards, and they have different marks that ensure accessibility not just of those people who now live within the supported living system, but generally for people with disabilities. But the next step we would like to recommend is to pay attention to emotional well-being and social integration of people. When we were trying to assess emotional well-being, our tools were targeted at tracing some situations of bullying or emotional violence or different types of violence, in fact. But besides that, we also asked people, how do you normally feel? What is your relationship with others? And people mentioned that it's not that easy to resolve conflicts. Sometimes without professional support and without the support for the professional team as well, it's rather difficult to ensure this emotional well-being for people with special needs, because sometimes they had some traumatic experience and you need to pay special attention to some emotional things. You cannot just act by intuition. The whole team should work with that. And social integration also needs to be paid more attention to, because we still lack some elements of more meaningful employment, activity, or social engagement. Though these are generalized findings, we have some centers which are very actively working on that, and this level of social integration and engagement is growing depending on for how long a person has been staying in the supported living system. We also saw this, and you will definitely see this in the final findings and conclusions. Next slide, please. Now let's speak about the staff and about the team. So, high level of empathy and great practical experience. This is something that could be voiced in their characteristics. Not everyone had any specialized training, but if we speak about disability and about enhancing human rights as a result of this supported living service. This is something that most staff members do understand. Definitely, it would be good if we developed our system of advanced training, ongoing, continuous learning. Because of those trainings, they could actually discuss and learn something new about the topics that they already faced with. And, supported living is not just a service. There is a philosophy behind it regarding how we do it. That's why those trainings could actually improve the way we work. And this would also help us to keep this high level of empathy. And, well, unfortunately, at the end, I have to mention one not very positive aspect that we still need to share. This is lack of sustainable funding of the service, both from the municipal and state and private sponsors. We saw it in the diagram that we had 6 municipal supported living institutions and 5 founded by NGOs. But there is no sustainable funding, which can really be felt by the staff, but also by the residents. So when they share their stories, they say that they don't know what is going to happen, whether they will be able to keep living there. If not, then what happens next? Do they have to go back to the institutions? So that is the topic that they currently often raise, and this is one of the elements of this lower emotional well-being that we could possibly have, because they are conscious about that risk. Even people with intellectual disabilities living within the supported living system realize where the risk is, and therefore, of course, it affects their life and their emotional well-being. Well, this is probably something that could help us very quickly develop the supported living system, but unfortunately that is a problem for the time being. And while summarizing the conclusions showing that we have a lot of people ready to move on to borrow the experience from others, because we have been asked quite many a time where else we could go to borrow the experience. Well, these are all great things, and this forum is a great thing because it is good networking opportunity. But we would also need finance. But here I would like to express my gratitude once again to all the service providers and all those who hosted us, because we got acquainted with many people. We heard a lot of personal stories, not just of the residents, but of the staff members regarding their work in supported living system. So we are so much grateful to you, because that was not just about our technical team, but that was a great job on your behalf. You spent a lot of time with us, you gave us all the documents, and you actually accepted us and hosted us very cordially. So if there is anyone else whom we have not yet visited, but you're ready to take us to accept us and our visit, so please feel free to inform us. Maybe we have some questions in the room. It's great that in Ukraine we're having such studies and researches, because if we have figures, this means that we have the evidence base, and this will definitely allow us to enable the development of our system. So any questions? I don't see any hands raised.
Heiko? Oh, okay.
Hello? Hello? Yes. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation, and for doing this study in the way that it was done. I think it's much more important how you did it in a participatory, inclusive, a very thoughtful way, is maybe equally important than the results which you have presented. I would like to ask a question about this point where you said that there is a worry about the sustainability and the future, and how long the supported living can exist. Was this worry felt among the residents as well, or was this from the workers there, or just from the management? I would like to understand how much this is really in the minds of everybody who is there.
Yeah, very much from everyone, because when we were talking with residents, they were also saying about their fears and anxiety, and what will they do if this supported living will like won't have funding. So yeah. It was pretty much about everyone in this supported living.
Yes, it was our finding. We didn't expect it. Is that even residents feel this non-sustainability, like they are not secure about next years.
I think in a way, worrying about the future is also part of becoming independent and more responsible, because I think the more you participate in life, the more you also see the worries. But I think, of course, worrying about your home, that it is going to be taken away, is something pretty strong, and we need to work on this from MH4U side, from all the partner sides, to manage this, to not have this so present among the minds of the people.
Yeah, I agree, and we also noticed that a lot of assistants and social workers, they were trying to help residents to get their own home. If residents have such will, of course, but a lot of assistants, they were trying to help them to explain how to find house, how to pay rent, how to have some savings, like a lot of financial information. So yeah, it was also a good finding.
Okay, thank you all. Дякую, друзі, всім. Надіюсь, всі все.
Thank you, colleagues. I hope that everybody has come to understand everything. Maybe one more question, if there are any hands raised in the room. And we just need to give the presents to our perfect team of researchers. I think that everyone is still here, so my team, please let me find the representatives of this team. So we have Anastasia Chorna on the stage and Olha Boyko. So these presents are for you, but we'll also need to give a present to Svetlana Krutko, and Ivana Horeszczak. I have not forgotten anyone, and here is also 2 members in the room. Here is Ksenia Barabash, so here is a present for you. Thank you, colleagues, for your great work. So let's have a group photo. And if we have any other researchers present here, please come up to us, because it would not be honest otherwise to have a group photo without you. So, wow, you have got a large team, a really large one. It's great. So, colleagues, while we are taking this group photo, let me remind you that we have an online broadcast. We're going to have a lunch break as for now, so colleagues online, you have an hour to have some rest. And let me remind you that your questions will not be left unattended. We expect to have a Q&A session in the last panel, so please keep putting down your questions in the chat. And now let me wish bon appetit to all of you. Our lunch break will last for 1 hour, and I would really urge you to come back in time. Let me also remind you that you can actually take your lunch and go outside. It's great weather, so enjoy it. Enjoy the weather in Ivano-Frankivsk. Bon appetit.
Друзі, давайте будемо потрошечку повертатись на
Dear friends, let us take our seats. We know how important it is to communicate with each other behind the scenes, and we encourage it, but we need to continue. So if it's not something super important, please take your seats. We will be starting in 2 minutes. Online. Thank you for being with us. I would like to remind you that you can write your questions in the comment section. We will try to find them and answer these questions if we can. Don't worry, we will do our best to answer the questions, and we will continue our last session. 2 days have passed very quickly, and now I would like to give the floor to Yaroslav Kudlatsky, who will speak about the funding mechanisms and interaction between different actors in the provision of supported living services. Thank you very much. My name is Yaroslav Kudlatsky, and I work as an expert partner at the Center for Economic Recovery NGO. Thank you for inviting me and for organizing such a great event. I can't decide whether I should stand or sit, but well, I'll figure it out in the process. I'll use your piece of advice. Thank you. So yesterday we had quite a discussion, and together with the organizer we decided to continue it. You know that one of the groups working on solutions was a group working on needs assessment, and we decided that needs are the first factor impacting financing. So we decided to change our programs for today a little bit and to talk more about the instruments that could be used in the process of defining the needs of citizens requesting social services. And I would like to say that the Ministry of Social Policy, Family and Unity is now developing a new procedure for case management, which will be soon published for public discussion. And together with my colleagues, we prepared some suggestions. We would like to present them to you to discuss them and to hear your comments and questions, and to be able to take them into account when the Ministry of Social Policy is ready to publicize its recommendations. So I invite you to join the discussions, answer the questions, and let us now start with our presentation. So following your piece of advice, I will take a seat, and we'll start by saying that I would like to ask the audience, what do you think? The beneficiaries coming to get social services, when they come to the Department of Social Protection for the first time, do they understand their needs? Do they understand what services should be provided to them? What do you think about it? Please raise your hands if you have any ideas. I will be happy to hear your thoughts. Well, unfortunately, our beneficiaries do not always understand what kind of services they need, and that's why we conduct needs assessment of the family of this person, and then together with the social worker, we define what services are needed to help the person function better, get some additional resources, and so on. Thank you. Maybe someone has a different opinion. In my opinion, the thing is that people just don't have the information about social services, what kind of services there are, what services can be received, and where to go to get them. Thank you. You actually made my job much easier. Thank you for your answers. Within the framework of our project, we have to give the ministry a proposal of this targeted process of how people should request social services, where they should go, where they should call, what information they should inform about when they ask for social services. And we proceeded from the fact that we analyzed the existing process. I was the person who actually requested social services. Fortunately or unfortunately, during the previous 35 years of my life, I didn't have this experience, but that was a very experience for me this time. And we saw that there are many problems in the existing process, and of course, we analyzed all these approaches from the point of view of services provided and from the point of view of approaches in other countries, in Germany, Estonia, and the UK. So what have we seen? The majority of people living in Ukraine do not know what social services are, what kind of social services exist, what is the list of social services, what these social services include, what a person can get with this or that social service, what are the conditions for provision of social services. And for me personally, this was a kind of a surprise. How so? Because we have some other areas which work quite well, like healthcare, for example. I think most of you have a family doctor who works with you and who's been working with you for many years. And getting inspired by the approaches from other countries and looking at the problems we identified in the existing process, we identified a solution which we think could be used to deal with these problems. And on this slide, you can see the examples of what we think the needs assessment could start from. And I should say that the biggest surprise for me was that people don't know how to enter the system. So some come to the Department of Social Protection, and by the way, I would like to advertise the new portal of the Ministry of Social Policy, SOCS.gov.ua, which has a list of social services and the criteria of its provision. And within the framework of our recommendations, we recommend the following: having a one-stop shop for people who want to receive social services, and this can be done on GIA portal, which everyone knows very well. This can be on the portal of the Ministry of Social Policy, on their website, in fact. And the main difference of the approach we suggest is that when a person comes to get social services, unlike the existing process, the person doesn't have to indicate what kind of service they need to get, because it's not always that a person actually understands what social services are needed. So what can it lead to? People may have their own ideas of what they need, and social worker working at the Department of Social Protection has their own vision, having communicated to the person, and the person in the process coming to the Department of Social Protection, they have to write an application, please provide me with this service. I don't think it's a good way of doing things, so we suggest having an electronic form which a person could fill out in different ways, either by coming to the Department of Social Protection in person, or they can go to the web portal of the Ministry of Social Protection, or on DIA portal, or via Service of Administrative Center of Administrative Services, or Family Doctor. Well, this is actually how it is done in the UK, and this form is a very simple screening instrument which should give us an understanding what needs of this person are unsolved. Whether the person has no access to food, for example, or the person cannot cover their basic social needs, or maybe the person has some problems with self-care. And we believe that this first tool, this self-assessment, will give us the vision of a person, what kind of needs this person has. And as I've already mentioned, the person may fill the form themselves, and the form has to be accessible everywhere for people who will have some problems, like, for example, people who can't read. So this form may be adapted to the needs of various target audiences. And by results of filling out this form, the social manager should get this information. You know that amendments have been introduced to the law on social services, and we have the position of a manager who should work in the self-government bodies. So what do we suggest? That the work of the social manager should be divided into two parts. The administrative and social manager, who's responsible for paperwork in the system, for the distribution of cases. So let's imagine that I live in Bila Tserkva. I go to the website, I fill out the form. This form is received by my local self-government body, where the administrative and social manager sent this form to other people working in the local self-government body. And if by results of assessment of my needs they define that I have certain social needs, the person then conducts additional assessment and defines the scope of services or a specific service which could be offered to me. And, as we have already discussed with you today, it's very different from the existing process where a person has to come to the Department of Social Protection and say that I want to get this service, like home care, for example, and then I'm referred to the provider of social services who actually assesses my needs. And the procedure takes a lot of time, and it's not always that I, as a potential receiver and a beneficiary of the service, can understand whether I will be provided with the service or not. As a result of this assessment, we will have two processes taking place in parallel. The electronic case management system will assess my statuses at the moment, whether I'm entitled to this service. And as a result of my answers given to the social manager, will evaluate the rest and shape the proposals of what social services I can receive. For example, if I answer that I have difficulties in everyday life, so most probably I need help with everyday chores, and I will have a drop-down menu with the list of potential services. And the social manager, if they define that I need the service, so they will conduct additional assessment, as a result of which I will know how often I will receive the service, in what scope, what will be the conditions of me receiving the service. So the second difference from the existing process is separating this process. We don't want to have one big act of needs assessment, because it's not always something that a person needs. And we have visited the communities quite frequently, Kyiv, Rivne, Zhytomyr, other regions. And when I came to the Department of Social Protection, I asked to open the act of needs assessment. I'm a new citizen of your community. Let's do the assessment. And unfortunately, in the majority of cases, people needed at least 10 minutes to find this document, and then they asked inappropriate questions, like they started from the last questions, and then they assigned certain number of points to me. And then when I asked what services can you provide me with, because I am a difficult case, and they say, well, it's all good, we can provide you the information services. That was very weird, because I pretended to be a person without a job, caring for a grandmother, and everything that the community can do is just inform me about something. And the whole process took about an hour's time, and I was very disappointed as a service receiver. So what do we suggest? As a result of answers to these questions, as a result of this additional assessment, the social manager should form a specification which will then be transferred to the social service provider, and the automatic system will calculate my income and define what are the conditions on which I can get this service. The system will also check whether I have any other statuses which may mean that I have some additional needs. And as a result, the task of a social manager, as a person with the specialized education, is to prepare an individual plan for me. We discussed this matter yesterday, that we need to have an individual plan, generalized plan on all services a person can get. And we actually suggest that we do it in this way. A social manager is a person whom I like to call a concierge service. So this is a person who can solve any problems I have when I live in a certain community. So their task is to help me integrate into the community and shape this individual plan together with the representatives of other areas. And the social manager can actually then refer this to their service provider, who will work with me as a client. Now let's look at our next slide, and I will tell you about the international classification functioning and how we integrate it into the social field. The international classification of functioning, this is the classification which was developed by WHO, and it presupposes a single language of communication between different professionals in different fields: healthcare, social policy, education, employment, and so on. What we have done for the team of the ministry, we have proposed our vision of the targeted list of services by extending them based on those packages used by the National Health Service of Ukraine. Why is it important? It's important because when we analyzed the activities within the framework of the existing list of social services, we saw that in many services the measures and activities duplicate in many cases, and in different services we may have the same washing exercise or help with chores activity, which doesn't make much sense because the service providers is usually the same person and they do all these things. So we suggested how these services could be put into packages so that we shape some transparent tariffs for service providers, and these tariffs should cover all the expenditures on this activity. And by analyzing all these measures and activities within the existing services, we used the international classification and found the respective code. What benefits does it give to the service providers and owners of service providers? If a person comes to a new community, the person will have a kind of a document similar to medical history, which will be understood to different specialists in different communities. And for us, it is important also for development of the standards of the social service provisions, and all these activities for these services should also be unified so that all specialists, all experts use the same standards, which have already been linked to the International Classification of Functioning. And here you can see that the existing list of social services actually includes approximately 1,375 unique measures which are not repeated, and we have classified them according to the International Classification of Functioning. And this work allows for this following. During the preliminary primary assessment of a person's needs, we can classify them according to the categories. Like, for example, if a person needs help with employment or with household chores. Here on the left, you can see the examples of such questions. This is not a final version, this is just a working document. And we plan to improve them together with the sociologists and do the field research, pilot all this. And as a result of this preliminary needs assessment, we have about 11 unique questions which should lead us to specific social services which a person can be potentially provided with. And each of these questions is also connected with the International Classification of Functioning. And that actually allows us for creation of a system of tags or categories of services, which the social manager who will see the results of this survey will be able to use in their work and suggest a person specific packages of services. We have already talked about the fact that we will have 3 levels of assessment. So first, this is what a person believes their needs are, like answering the question whether they have a permanent place of residence. Then the system will automatically check the statuses and different documents a person could potentially have to obtain certain social services. And the third, this is a social manager, a person with a higher education, who would be using their professional perspective on a person's needs to supplement the results of assessment and find some additional things which a person may not have mentioned while filling out this initial questionnaire on needs assessment. So answering these questions in the yes or no format, we will get the information from the person, and that will allow us to shape the list of services a person can potentially get. And after the initial assessment, we have the additional assessment when we already understand what service we would like to provide a person with, and we have some technical questions which will help us understand the scope of the service and also what is the priority of this service in comparison to other services needed by the person, and what other factors impact the provision of this service. As a result, when we can define not a service but the measures, we may repackage the services. What does it mean? It means that some communities can introduce some other services based on the needs of the citizens of the community, or supplement these services with something else which is available there. And that also gives the provider the possibility to unify their services, because they may suggest a person different services so that they can achieve their individual needs and goals more easily. So once again, this is not the final version of the questions. I mean, the ones you can see on the slides. These are the preliminary results. So if you have any comments or questions, you're welcome to ask them. It's very important for us to hear your ideas and opinions. And I suggest that we proceed to the Q&A session. Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So first of all, If a person is refused in service provision, can a person file a lawsuit, and will it be accepted and will it be sustained? Why was a person refused? Well, first of all, they say they don't have this service, and they provide the person not with the services they need, but with what services they have. It's a good question. Well, unfortunately, our tool and the approach to case management doesn't answer the question, what do we do if the community doesn't have a service provider, because we have many cases like that. And the second question it doesn't answer to is, what do you do if the service provider cannot provide the service a person needs? But what does the system let us do? It lets us see where the respective service provider is, and we can refer the person to another service provider. But to answer your question directly, a person can always resort to court, whether their complaint will be sustained or not, I can't tell. But I think that the biggest problem here, and the problem we need to work with, and my colleague spoke about it yesterday, the biggest, most important thing is to encourage local self-government bodies to support their service providers, increase financing of social services, because we saw in yesterday's presentation that the majority of communities have the resources, but they somehow do not spend them on social matters. And one more question: is this system integrated with other systems like healthcare and education? At the moment, no, but we have envisaged such a possibility. I've mentioned that within the framework of the case management system, we intend to get the information from other areas. For example, quite a widespread practice is working with people with disabilities who have already had this rehabilitation period and expert teams. And the idea is to introduce this system for people who have already completed their rehabilitation process, but they still have some social needs and problems. And social managers should primarily work with these groups of people, because these will be the people who I hope will get these forms to fill, and then based on these forms, the determination of services will be done in the future. Well, this model you presented, does it correspond to the new edition of the procedure to provide social services, which is published on the website of the Ministry of Social Policy, like with the establishment of the social service in the local self-government bodies, then social managers, and so on? Yes, I mentioned that in the beginning of my presentation. Let me go back to the beginning. We suggest dividing the functions of these social managers into two. First, this is administrative management. That is just redistribution of the files received by local self-government bodies after a person enters the social portal or comes to the Department of Social Protection, or potentially fills the questionnaire out via DIA. So this is just distribution of workload among social managers working in local self-government bodies. And then the social manager, who sees that a person has some social needs, conducts additional assessment and defines specific services to be provided. All right, so this model meets the requirements of this procedure. All right, and then we have been working with the system of electronic case management on most social services. We are a big provider, so does it mean that the electronic system will be transformed to accommodate for this model? Yes, the ministry plans to publish the draft resolution on case management for public discussion. We are now actively commenting that, and we already have a developer who should start the improvement of the existing system, the one you work with right now, to add all the necessary functions, and during the public discussions you will be able to submit your suggestions if you have any. Hello. I'm a human rights activist at the Brada from Svetlovodsk, that's Kirovohrad region. I wanted to ask you the following. Have you had any investigations at workplace when people have to act, but they actually do not act. So there is a contradiction in the law. And then there's a proposal to apply Article 364, that's abuse of power. I just wanted to ask you to, explain the question in more detail because I don't understand the case itself. Have there been any complaints about the negligence and abuse of power at work when not providing the services, and whether the Ministry of Social Policy or other departments have initiated any investigations of these cases, and whether anyone has been held liable under Article 135 of the Penal Code and in other articles. Thank you. Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't represent the Ministry of Social Policy, so I cannot answer your question.
Good afternoon. I've got a question regarding submission of documents. We understand that 1/3 of our potential beneficiaries don't have access to gadgets, and the social portal DIA is something very complicated for them. So, do you have such an option using which people having no gadgets, people of the elderly age, could submit the documents? Well, thank you for the question. So we leave all the available documents and channels in place. They can come to the departments of social protection and submit their applications. If they are not able to come, they can give a call. Then they may have a telephone interview and survey, because there is a question about identity confirmation, but we also envisage that caregivers and custodians could also have a survey or an interview instead of the person they are taking care of. So our colleagues are now trying to develop a tool similar to the tool used to sign declarations with the family doctor. Using an SMS message, you can actually do identity confirmation and fill out the questionnaires. But we have a lot of people who are considered to be capable, and the legal custodian cannot actually do it instead of them. But these are capable people who physically cannot reach their social protection department or unit. They cannot reach you from some remote villages, and they cannot sign anything with their e-signatures. So there are quite many risks here, in particular as far as elderly people living in rural areas are concerned. How are they going to enter the system of service provision? They don't need to use mobile phones or computers to take this interview. And we leave the approach that we currently have. And today, the representative of the social protection unit could go to the field if he's informed about the fact that somewhere there lives a person who has such a need. So they can go there and have the survey or interview at the place where the person is located. Please ask the questions to the mic. Speak into the mic. Any other questions? I would also like to ask you about the following. Will public organizations, will NGOs have access to the long-awaited system of case management? Well, if they are service providers, yes, they will have. And if they are service providers and they already have some cases, will it be possible to convert this information into the system? What information do you need? I mean the information about an already open case, because compiling an individual plan mostly transformed into the monitoring and performance. Well, I think in this situation, then there will be a new procedure, and all the new cases that will have to follow it will contain that individual plan and will already be in the system. Please, your question. Good afternoon, I'm Natalia Makhnenko, and I have a technical question. What is the time period, according to your pilot data, how quickly could a social manager, case manager already can see, I mean, the case, how quickly the case is going to be allocated and how quickly the social worker will get this case for work? This is the first question. And the second question is regarding the algorithm of crisis intervention in needs assessment. When there is a the needs assessment, which shows that the risks are high. Probably I'm referring to GBV or child protection. So will this system then follow a different algorithm, or the timing for the social manager to get this case will be the same? Thank you for the question. Let me start with the second one. So at the moment we are not talking about complicated emergency cases, and we are not talking about cases of working with children, because the approaches are really different, and we are elaborating those approaches because those approaches presuppose engagement of the social service for children and probably some police, law enforcement agencies and other services. So we are in the making as far as these processes are concerned. But now we're talking about most widespread cases, if we speak about cases of elderly people and cases of people with disabilities. So the first question is, how quickly? It's a good question, because the law does not set any requirements regarding the number of people who have to work with this, which is a challenge for communities, because on their list of staff members, they need to actually have a certain number of such people. Otherwise, we may really have a situation in which some communities will have fewer people than is required. And unfortunately, it's very difficult to predict how long it will take them to process such applications in this case. But if we're talking for a process for social managers or for the staff of the social protection departments, it should be much smoother and much less complicated than now, because while interacting with the person, they will already have a certain idea about this person based on the information and the results of the survey. They will already see the idea the person has about the services he or she needs, and the services will be kind of linked to the statuses the person has, and they will be studied by the worker in the course of communication. I have already been in the position of the person who has been doing needs assessment. So in my case, the shortest time was 1 hour and the longest time was 2.5 hours. And these were not complicated cases. So I think that if the process is further changed, probably even a small number of administrative social managers will be enough to work with the large community, because they will already have an idea. They will see that definitely there will be some requests coming regarding the needs that are not yet covered by social services. And we have initiated referral to the social portal, and my opinion is that 70% of the claims and complaints written by people on the social portal are not related to social services. It's like about finding a tutor for their children, educational services, but mainly they are not related to social services. They have nothing to do with social services, which is another challenge communities need to work with, in particular via social managers, because if this work is not done, they will constantly be overloaded with answering the questions, saying that unfortunately you're not entitled to that, or this is not a social service, we cannot provide it to you. Please speak, but just keep your mic closer. That's what I was actually asking for. I see it as a tool for optimizing the allocation and division of administrative processes, to really have the processes focusing on the person who can solve the problem. But from your answer, I've come to understand that, again, it's all about the capacity of the communities to have sufficient number of staff members. Sorry, that was the goal of our tool, to reduce the process, to simplify it, and to reduce the load of social managers. Thank you, colleagues. Any other questions from the room? Just raise your hand. It seems to me that there are no more questions for you. So thanks a lot for your great presentation. Let's hope that this tool is really going to be useful for the communities, Vitaly. And here is a small gift for you from the MH4U project. And also let's give the present to Andrei Kovalyov for yesterday's presentations. We have not forgotten about you, you see. So thank you, colleagues. Thank you for your great work, for staying with us. We have the last item on our agenda, so let me invite the speakers who will present the educational program, A Person Among People. These are Yulia Boyko and Tatiana Kostik. And Helena Stoharen and Anna Reshetnik. I thought that probably there will be only two of you. So, colleagues, I think that the tastiest things always come the last. So, the methodological support of teams that are already providing services, or the people who are going to launch this service, and trainings, these are all the components that should be in the focus of our attention. We lack educational resources, and Natalia from Vinnytsia region yesterday said that she had to be looking on the internet on her own for some materials coming from the workshop of dreams that helped her. But not every service provider could actually have an individual communication manager who could be highlighting what is going on because of the lack of resources. But the supported living houses that were established with the support of the MH4U project were the ones where good training was provided to the staff that was supposed to work with them. So we collected very precious practical experience, and we decided to work on it at some point in time and to develop the educational program, the curriculum, which will be useful not just for supported living centers working with our project, but all the service providers, or all the teams that are just being created, and all the communities that are intending to launch this service. Some of the modules within this training course my colleagues will tell you about in detail, will also be useful in general for the providers of different social services who tend to work with people with disabilities, elderly people, and people with mental and intellectual disorders. The only thing I would like to say before I give the floor to my colleagues is that we, in this project, have also developed a script of a one-day training which is designed for the teams of service providers, and it is related to working with the state centers of social services. Besides having all the sections of the standard reflected there, we have also added there the topic of ethical vocabulary, and there is a 1.5 hour session with already practicing providers. Luckily, we already have them in almost all regions, so at the level of the region, it's not going to be difficult to arrange this, to invite a practitioner who's providing services, and in this training for a team that is just launching the service, he will provide some information and will probably give answers to plenty of questions the people who are just at the beginning normally have. But the only thing that needs to be mentioned is that we still have the old standard, but the new standard is about to be adopted. So the moment the new one is adopted, we will quickly elaborate the program and will be ready to give this program to the regional centers of social services. And with this, let me give the floor to Helena, and she will tell you incredible things. Thank you. So let me also invite Yulia Boyko and Tatiana Kostik, because we worked with them together on this project. And these are, of course, not all the people who were engaged in that work. We engaged experts from different domains to give birth to this product. So we have been hearing for already many months and years that there is a great demand for training, and because of the shortage of staff. And even during the coffee break, I spoke to Esther regarding how experts are trained in Estonia. So they have a system according to which when a person enters the system, there is a 10-day training, and after that there is another 2-day training on care model if the background of the person is social work. But if that is not the background of this person, so the person has to take another training already being an assistant, and that is a training something like a vocational college which lasts from 6 to 12 months. So this is a well-established system, and I hope that gradually we will be also able to develop this system in Ukraine and to have this pool of training sessions we can offer our specialists. Because now, according to the classifier of occupations, an assistant is a social worker, and a social worker just needs to have basic secondary education, which means that after 9th grade a person could already provide this service. But we all know that even if a person has higher education, it's not that obvious that the person can work as an assistant for a person with disabilities, in particular if we're talking about intellectual disabilities and mental disorders. It's not that obvious that a person can single out some behavioral aspects or medical aspects and know how to behave in a specific situation. So I think that modeling of such situations, such potential scenarios in your mind is one of the underlying factors that actually discourages people from getting engaged in the field, because it all seems too complicated. So to help people stop being impeded on their way, we started developing a product which includes the topics that have never been raised in Ukraine. Quite often we tend to forget about the needs of people with disabilities, so that's something we mentioned. We also spoke there about some acute mental health disorders and how do you behave if you see that your beneficiary has some changes that cannot be corrected by behavioral methods, and when there is a need for medical interference. How do you still stay an assistant without becoming a doctor in such a situation? We have also discussed, well, it seems to me we discussed so many things. So let us have the program on the screen and we will cover the main blocks. And I will show you what are the things that are most innovative. A large block of programs is dedicated to behavioral therapy, and Yulia is probably going to tell you in detail how she cooperated with Ivan Savkovsky and how we developed 3 major blocks, exhaustive blocks, I would say, that help us master the basics of behavioral therapy, because this therapy is the basis for social services provision. But I wouldn't say that this methodology is now well known in Ukraine, and we are faced with the problem of shortage of staff. But behavioral therapy is the basis for our further cooperation with the service users. What about the process of designing this course and this program, which contains 15 modules, with also having an introduction and a block about international experience, where we interview experts from Finland, from the UK, and well, sometimes they tell us some stories that look a little bit incredible for us, but they are really interesting. So to develop this block consisting of actually 16 parts, I mean it's 15 modules and an introduction, we had to test it all in physical terms, and Caritas 3 became our partner in this process of testing, for which we are very grateful to them. And the first module under this course took place there, and the Caritas team, when launching this course, took their staff to Lviv, where they were trained. Then they went back to their venue, worked with that, arrived with some new messages and new requests. Then they came back for the training again. And so we managed to adjust our course to the needs of the users. Also, we consulted international partners while we were developing this course. And you know there were very interesting cases there. It seems to me that sometimes foreigners tend to think that in Ukraine we don't have any good experts. Sometimes we heard even such funny recommendations like, do you know what PAX cards stand for? So they sometimes tend to think that we are somewhere in the cave and we are not aware of anything. Sometimes when we have a look from the outside on the Ukrainian reality with the social services system not well developed here, the conclusion can be made that we don't have the staff, we don't have professionals. But professionals are there, and thanks to this course we could actually make their knowledge even more substantial and replicated onto a large audience. So this is our key program, and I will present, I have presented to you the history of the development of this course. Yulia will tell you more how it was possible to work with experts, and Tatiana then will tell you about the backstage, because this course was born as a result of a painstaking process. We first had this live testing, then there came the stage of designing, then we had to go through 10 circles of hell, and we were faced with a lot of force majeure circumstances, but that was all supposed to happen for us to finally be able to present this program. So I would kindly invite Yulia, who is a methodological expert of the Zhirlo Center, and she was responsible for this academic part. Thank you, Helena. In fact, let me be frank, I think that when we completed this course, we were all so happy that it is all over. But when we are looking backwards, in retrospect, we are really happy with this product. So do I need to change the slides with the clicker?
We built our presentation in this way because there are 3 or 4 of us presenting it, but so many great people were involved here. People I even sometimes was asking to be so kind as to help us, because they didn't always have time to work on the scripts and all those topics. And what I realized as well was that not everyone who knows how to teach knows how to write. These were also the challenges, and I wouldn't like to speak about people only. I will offer some spoilers so that the right to dignity and the legal aspects of supported living services. And it's not in vain that we have indicated this as the first after the introduction, because after every module we were thinking about these things. So the human rights and the human dignity. And what might be interesting here, what we are thinking about, is the realities of personal assistant, about how we see this decision-making process, how it exists in Ukraine. This is also an interesting topic, the ethics of support and supported living. I was the author of this script, and this is also for us to think about the foreign law thing. I don't know who came up with this idea of naming it a person among people, but well, it's about someone who knows more coming and teaching us. Well, this is about a person living with other people. This is about this understanding that supported living, it's about grown-ups, and we have to remember that. And this script, this video of ours, is about this thing, who we are as assistants. And after we listen to it, we have to check who we are. Who am I? Am I an educator, a teacher? Am I in the right place? Am I helping the person wherever the person needs my help? You have Hans Sukovsky, who was mentioned today. I like this expert very much. He developed 3 topics for us. And we keep talking about individual approach, but sometimes it is important for us to understand that the first topic is more about the challenges we may face depending on what kind of impairments a person has. Behavioral therapy, this is about trying to work with problem behavior, because behavior, it's about all of us, about our relations with our children, among the spouses, relations with our parents. So this is a universal topic, something that is important for everyone to know. This is an important topic. And what do we teach grown-ups with disability? Well, we teach, but this is also what we pay attention to when we work with grown-ups with disability. So, supported living, this is when we give people an opportunity to grow, not just live. They can acquire new skills, get new experiences, and sometimes when we speak about people with disability, it's not just that the person is there and they look at someone and repeat something, take someone as a model. Sometimes they need support, targeted support, and this may be even some routine work which also requires some knowledge. And Johan is a person who studied behavioral therapy in the US, so this was about skills, not so much about theories, and he will have even some training modules. Some videos will be supplemented by some additional materials, so you can have a look there. Well, how to teach a person to wash their clothes so that they can use the washing machine, the dishwasher, their own. So there are many interesting topics there. So now we proceed from Johan to the others, a way to find mutual understanding, alternative communication, and visual support. This is very important for supported living. I know that in the workshop of Dream, Mouse, and Caritas, they use it very broadly. When we remember about this alternative communication, when we remember about this visual support, we give every person the possibility to be heard, to find themselves, and to get help in communication and everyday lives. So this is what this topic is about, and about the ways for alternative communication, what should be applied here, what should be the universal design. It's not only about the ramps, it's about the premises. What do we have there? Sexuality of people with disability and their safety. Helena has already spoken about that. This is a topic which I, as a specialist in methodology, I read some texts, and Dana is the specialist in the field, and I was asking, don't you mind if we publish it? Because I've heard a lot about this topic, I've been talking about this topic, but it's not usual, and I have to check it. But no, everybody has to know about it. People have to hear about it. That's a very important topic. Well, all topics here are important. So don't be surprised by these topics. So, well, how to organize food, how to, and to also medical support. So this is not about treatment or rehabilitation. We are not a medical facility. It's just that, when I was thinking about the content, we talked about the fact that when we live with our children or our parents, we also need some knowledge of some medical knowledge, like when do we need a doctor, or when can we help our near and dears on our own and not call the doctor. So I think this was an important topic. So there were many questions of how to behave in this or that situation. So what is it that we need to know as people who live with people? And then when we speak about people of limited mobility, that's when we speak about elderly people and people with disability. It's important to ensure that they can be more autonomous, more independent, so that they feel their dignity and have probably some equipment they might need in their lives. So how do we organize well, nutrition, and this is also something that is important for us. And we would like to thank Emmaus from the Ukrainian Catholic University and Halina, who even shared a sample of menu which they use. And then supported living for elderly people, thanks to Natalia Necheporuk, we prepared these materials. So she joined us to from the Help Age organization, and this is a leading topic for her to speak about elderly people, and this is also a very important topic. She tells us about normal aging, what is happening to each and every one of us, what should be done in some cases. And Father Serhiy Kirilyuk prepared materials on supporting people with with psychological disorders. He's not only a priest but also a psychologist and psychiatrist. He works in Lviv, and it is important for us to know that there are some aspects when we need to go to doctors. What do we do in crisis situations? This is an important topic. You have seen all these people today, and the practical experience is on one slide. Luda, Halina, Oksana. These are people who have been working for some time, and they have faced certain challenges. So they are open and openly talking about the challenges in their videos and whether they manage to overcome them or not. This is a very important moment in this course as well. Project team, these are people who were behind the scenes of script writing. I've mentioned that already. I would like to thank my team from Law Center, because we have many experts who have been working in Law, but despite their work with children, they joined us. It wasn't easy. We had Tatiana Kostik, who will tell you about her work, and then also Maria Horbach, our editor, who also had a lot of work to do, and we sometimes worked weekends, so it wasn't easy. And this is the product team. That's the whole MH4U program, and especially Yulia Brahadir, Margarita Mishchuk, Natalia Shpirova, and Halina Shtohrin. These are people who met with us online for various discussions, and I remember that when we had to provide our scripts for video recording, I come in and see Ora Suvalo is reading one thing and another doctor is reading another thing. So the whole MH4U team was reading and editing our course. I've seen your remarks there. So we felt this support because, you know, sometimes you think, oh, they are correcting something again. But on the other hand, people were so involved and this product was very important for them. So that also imposed some high standards on us. But on the other hand, these were very valuable pieces of advice and questions which made the course of better quality. And before we speak about what was behind the scenes, I would like to mention our international speakers we will have there, because except the expertise, we will have 3 additional videos by Luke, Jonathan, and Petra. And they will cover some very interesting topics. Nana will speak more about the behavior. Petra, this is something for those who launch the service and whom it depends, and especially when we speak about personal assistance and supported decision making as a social service. So this is as a social service for a person to explain their vision, where they would like to live, who they would like to spend time with, and so on. And with Luke. That was also an important topic because today we talked about how society responds to such homes. It's not a myth, it's not easy because those who started those services have faced certain challenges here. But I have a good news that it's not only here, because it seems to us that it's only here in Ukraine. But Luke says, well, and from this discussion with Luke, we understand that there are many stories that outside of Ukraine, and some of them are fun. And he also speaks about the topic of sexuality. That's also very interesting. So every work has its backstage. And it was very nice. So now I would like to pass the floor to Tatiana. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, everyone. I was involved in this project. My role was of technical coordination to join people united by mission, vision, and I needed to coordinate them in time and space and their possibilities in one country, in one city. It wasn't easy. And since the course is a person among people, it stressed this activity behind the scenes, because people need other people no matter what we do. If there's no person who can support us, who will understand us, who has some individual approach, nothing may work. Just as Helena mentioned, you know, you were pregnant for 9 years. But we needed 2 years to prepare the course, so it's like giving birth to an elephant. And it seemed to us that nothing will work because, you know, it seems like everything worked. We organized everything, but then someone falls in and we have to cancel. And the studio actually is shocked, saying, well, will you record this or not? We say, we will. Let's do it again and again and again. So we had so many different moments. We were afraid even to breathe. We just find the date and time. We planned it, and we were very much afraid of something going wrong, because we had several days when we couldn't record the videos because, well, one more case, like when we have the date, the time, a person comes to Ukraine, and then a day before that a person says, you know, I'm afraid that I will not be able to read from teleprompter because I have some visual impairments. And you start telling, well, you're just making it up. It's okay, we will manage that. And then you write to the studio. Ask the studio, will we manage? What can you offer us? And they say, well, you should have warned us beforehand. And everyone was very much involved and interested into the production, as Hala says. We had 3 persons: the cameraman, 2 cameramen, and a lady who was coordinating all that. She was supporting our speakers, motivating them. They said that you're doing very well. They increased the fonts, made the light work for these people. So it means that we need someone next to us, not only when we have disability or when we are elderly. At any moment in our time, we may need some support, a piece of advice, some motivation. And we even had some comical moments when our speakers had some recommended colors of their clothing to look well. And at some point, we see a speaker come, and she has only 90 minutes, and she approaches me in trousers, and the trousers are torn. And I would say, well, but you said only about the top. And, well, then she sits down, and it looks like she's not wearing any trousers at all. And it seems like the colors are okay, but the legs are completely naked. And I say, no, it won't work like that. And I look at her and take her to the bathroom and say, well, take your trousers off, we'll change the pants. And we do that. So there were some pictures where I wear these pants of hers, and she wears mine, and everything happened well. But you know, these solutions were just improvised. And it's also about communication, because we spoke about the top, but we never stressed the bottom. So a person decided that no matter what their trousers would look like. And at some points we need some correct instructions, we need some correct prompts and hints. And there were cases when speakers came and, said, I can't do that. They say, I can't read that. I'm so worried. It's not realistic. I can't. And then you start, breathing in a square. What colors have you seen? What have you eaten for breakfast today? Let's breathe together. So we were giving birth to this course together, and I'm very grateful to all those people who were next to us, who supported us, who were not nervous when, there were all reasons for that, but the course got made, and I'm very happy that we have reached this point. We were very exhausted at some point, and we sometimes fell into disbelief, but we have it, and it is what it is. And while working on this course, each of us has understood what we're for here and what the course is for, because a person needs other people, and no matter what we come up with, if we don't have a person who would like to use it and implement it, it will not be effective. So I really recommend that you watch this course, share it with the others, and implement supported living services. I would like to thank you and Tatiana for these stories of theirs, and I would like to say that when we worked on these courses, it should have been very human-oriented and humane, and we had a lot of discussions with our editor. We had one blog on the legal issues, which was written in about the right things, but it was written in such a language that it was impossible to read it. So we had to work on it for many days to make sure it's understandable. And we had to go back to the psychiatry blog many times, because when a doctor writes about it, they write about it from their points of view. Sometimes they give recommendations like avoid sharp objects in your everyday life. But how can you avoid sharp objects in one's everyday life if a person lives in a supported living houses? So we were looking for the right ways to explain safety issues for service providers who know that there's maybe some sharp objects, and you may have some people with psychological impairments, and at the same time preserve the correctness from the medical viewpoint. So each script was preceded by a lot of invisible work and continuous dialogue, and we have prepared a small surprise for you. We have a great banner. Many of you have taken pictures with this banner, which is called A Person Among People, and there's a QR code with the which actually leads to this video course. So when you leave the room, please scan it, and you will land on the page of our product. It's free, it's open, so please share it. And to conclude, I would like to finish with something very humane and human, and I would like to invite Julia, but not as an expert and methodologist, but as a mother of a great girl, Maria. Thank you. And I would like to take off the hat of the methodologist or person working at Gerlo. I would like to say a couple of words as a mother of Maria, and Maria will join me later. We have a surprise for you. You know, I started thinking about supported living where my daughter was 2 months. It wasn't about the supported living, it was about this fear Oksana mentioned. What will happen when I am not there anymore. So my daughter was 2 months old, and I was crying with one thought: what will happen to you when I'm not here? Because what I saw at that moment was different from what I can see now. Now I have hope. But at that moment it was scary, and it didn't allow for positive thoughts and good mood. And I remember when I came to supported living house at the Ukrainian Emmaus at Ukrainian Catholic University. Marichka was 2 years old. I entered this apartment and I thought, I wish you had a chance to live in a place like this. I know here are some people who can help decide how to launch these services, where to launch these services, where they should be, whether in a city among other people. And it seems to be, when we think about these services, what we should hold in our head is, would I be satisfied as if my child or a relative of mine was in a place like this? If the answer is no, then we need to think about why not. It's the pain the parents have. We cope with everything. We get used to these things. In our lives, we think only about this one thing: what will happen when I'm no longer there? Starting from 3 years of age, she's been going to an inclusive educational institution, a kindergarten, and then an inclusive school. And we've been attaching so much effort, overcoming all the difficulties for her to be among people, to communicate with other people, to go to cinema, theater, cafes, to go for a walk, to go on excursions. And this thought that at some point in time she will end up in a facility where they say, well, they are not close, they can have a chance to go for a walk in the garden every day. Well, those who can impact the situation, remember my face, because figures are one thing, but when you see a specific person with a specific life, a real life, you may have a different attitude to that. And I would like to invite my daughter Marichka here. Could you please come here? We have an interactive surprise for you. Could you introduce yourselves? Marichka. What is your last name? Boyko. Where do you study? In the 9th form. That's a school in Lviv, and we will have a small exercise. What will it be about? Today we talked about the fact that for a person to become independent, autonomous, to live their lives, not the one we thought up for this person, we have to offer the person opportunities to learn something, to see different options, to develop. And I would like to show you this example. Because Marichka had this opportunity, this will be an exercise with me. Well, because she could practice exercises with me, I'm sure that this will she will do it better than many of you here. Well, let's try. You can do it while seated. So the first exercise is captain. And when I say one, you have to change your hands. One. No. One. Now we do it with a clap. One. Is it that easy? And another exercise makes it more complicated. So we show a V sign here. And here we show this kind of sign. So we have a circle head there. So now change these gestures quickly. One. Marichka's been doing it great. This is because she was given an opportunity to learn to do that. We've been doing that together. Believe in people, believe in them. And if a person can't do something today, it might only mean they have never tried it. They haven't had the opportunity to try that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for this great interactive exercise. That's very good for our brain in the end of the day. Just some small presents for Yulia Boyko and Tatiana Kostik. We will give you these presents in a moment. And we have approached the closing of the forum, and we will listen to the summary of the work of our forum during these 2 days, and we give the floor to Oras Suvalo, project manager of MH4U, who will draw some conclusions, and then we will give you the opportunity to express some ideas which you think are important to express in this setting. So Oras, the floor is yours. Hello everyone once again, to those whom I've seen and to those whom I haven't seen yet. I'm full of emotions because for 2 days I have been following everything that is happening here, and I feel very pleased. And there's a lot we may think about, and later on we will have time for reflections. But I have a very responsible mission to close the 2 days of the program and to say something wise to you. But I don't think I can say something wiser than all those things we have listened to for the 2 days. So I can only generalize and try to generalize and summarize some of these things and look at it from a side a bit. Because the topic of supported living, I discovered this topic in 2020, and Maria mentioned that a bit when we started the project. It's an interesting story about how people meet and how people who have a vision and certain principles, values, understanding, and knowledge join their efforts to do some important things. We started the project in 2018. I mean, the Ukraine-Switzerland project MH4U as a project for international technical support to help reform the healthcare system. At that time, we got acquainted with many of you, and we started with the research of the needs in the field of mental health. We planned training in intersectoral groups. We keep doing many of those things, but when in 2019 a psychiatric hospital was closed in Lviv region and 70 patients with severe disorders were transferred to a different hospital, and then also the children's tuberculosis hospital was closed, and local authorities decided that those people should not lose their jobs, so they should be working with these 70 patients with severe mental impairments. So it looks like an obvious solution, but we had very many discussions with the local authorities then, and that's when we got acquainted with many of you here, with Helena, with Orislava, and with the environment of parents of children with disability. Because in 2009, Ukraine ratified the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. We speak about human rights, we speak about the services and communities, but at the same time, we basically create a new institution. And this is absurd. And this we created supported living for home for 80 people. Well, that was a kind of a compromise at that moment. But from the point of view of today, it wasn't an easy path, because you wouldn't envy people, local self-government authorities who had to take decisions, and at that time, because there was COVID, resources were limited, these were difficult decisions to make, and you needed to find a compromise between the needs of people, the resources in the community, and politics. These are complicated processes, but what I can see today are the achievements of all of you, the achievements of the civil society, of the politicians at the oblast level, at the national level. Tatiana Lomakina mentioned today the All Ukrainian program for barrier-free environment supported by the First Lady. We have the flagship program project of the Ministry of Social Policy, which also deals with the matters of supported living. We also have initiatives in the Oblast, which was mentioned by Helena Bordun today. This is the regional program, and it was not mentioned today, but when it comes to regional funds in Lviv region, they have opened a supported living home in Mykolaiv community, and that is an example of how all these complicated discussions, which were not always pleasant, turned into some results. And in fact, the research presented by our colleagues today is also the opportunity to collect evidence so that decisions are made in a better way. And today we have colleagues from the expert environment like Yaroslav and Andrei from the Center for Economic Recovery, which could collect some economic information based on the data available. These are the things we have not been doing for 30 years of our independence. We are doing them in difficult times, in the times of war. But on the other hand, this is the time of opportunities, because hard times open windows of opportunity, and we try to use them. So not to speak for far too long, because I understand that there are many things which I would like to listen about from you. I would like to listen to your reflections, for example. But what is important for me is that it's not only programs, it's people. You, experts, professionals, managers who take difficult decisions, who have the departments. And today I liked it when we have this interview with Nazar, with Oksana, and Nazar mentioned Ivan Vasilievich. And each community has this person like Ivan Vasilievich who cares and who wants to do something more to make sure that people feel good among other people. And I think that we need to have more platforms for discussion of these matters, for debates even sometimes, but because this leads to compromises in the end. Because things need to be discussed well. Well, we have 2025 today. People have been working on this online course for 2 years, like on giving birth to a baby elephant. And we have the examples of supported living homes, despite the war, despite evacuations and the stages of evacuation. We remember how this evacuation looked like in Lviv region. And today we spoke about the residents of the boarding home from Popasna who were resettled to Chernivtsi. I remember meeting them at railway station in Lviv. So these are the times when you have to take quick decisions and undertake the responsibility. So I would like to thank every one of you, especially the managers of municipal enterprises, the heads of the departments, representatives of the local self-government bodies, because you have a great responsibility of taking difficult decisions. And that's why I encourage you to remember about yourselves and to take care of your mental health, to educate your staff and your environment so that you are resilient leaders just as you are. And to join your efforts, engage civil society, be transparent in decision making, hear the ideas and opinions of beneficiaries of the services, because we can see the results of that. That's also about inclusion, about the involvement of all stakeholders into decision making process. And it seems to be that the forum turned out to be very productive, very useful. I'm very grateful to my team for organization of the forum. I saw it being organized. I know how difficult it was. I'm not going to enumerate you all, colleagues. I have to apologize, but I know that everyone was involved, and I know that everyone invested a lot of time and effort, and this is a good opportunity to meet, to exchange opinions, to talk to each other, and to think about the next steps.
Because ahead of us, there are difficult times with a lot of challenges, and we realize what the context is, what needs may probably be emerging. So we need to at least try to be getting ready for that. And with this in view, we need to be a strong community with good partnership, horizontal ties between us. And I think that to conclude, I would like to express my gratitude to the Swiss people. because this event, as many other activities, is taking place within the Ukrainian-Swiss project Mental Health for Ukraine in partnership with the Ministry of Social Policy, Family and Unity, in partnership with many other organizations. But that is, in fact, the international technical aid coming from the Swiss people, and we are so much grateful to the Swiss people for their support and solidarity. They're helping us to introduce innovations that will really affect our life in the positive way and will help Ukraine recover after victory. Thanks a lot to everyone. Thank you, Orest. We have promised that there will be some time for final reflections to come from you, because this has been forum for you and about you, the people who already work in the domain of supported living or intend to work in this domain within your community. So there is some time for some free comments. Maybe you could share the impressions, maybe you could tell what lessons you have learned during this forum, or you can just voice your ideas regarding what has been important, what has been not that important in the course of those 2 days. So you have a good opportunity to voice your comments. Feel free to. Don't be too shy. Don't make me try and assign you. Okay, coming. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm Olesa. I'm from Zhytomyr. And in fact, it's my first time that I attend such a forum. That's why these 2 days for me have really been useful and interesting. I think that the most useful was exchange of experience, exchange of contact data. It was important to hear that other organizations are also doing very useful things. And there are many of us. That was interesting to learn, because we could actually focus on different beneficiaries, but at the same time we are doing very similar things that are all important. Thanks a lot. Thank you for your comments. I'm coming. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for this great forum, and let me wish all of you to be inspired. Good luck to all of you in your work, in your development, and let all your dreams come true. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Matvey Kovalyov from Kyiv, and I really came to like it here. A lot of interesting ideas, a lot of projects, great projects, and very down to earth. Thank you. We did our best. Okay, guys. Anybody else? My impression is that I was removed from some deserted island to be shown that there is some community in place, there is some society in place. Because I used to work for 9 years with people with disabilities, young people with mental disorders, and I always had a dream of having this supported living house. But you know, it's like your life not already inside the uterus. The babies living in the uterus don't know what life is like. They know that there is some other life, but they cannot be sure of that. So I was also thinking that probably we have this outside community where we could speak about supported living. I thought that maybe somebody is teaching the principles of supported living. There is a community to discuss some delicate things, but today I really got convinced that this community exists, and this life outside of uterus, thus of the womb, actually exists, and our life is great for it could be great for people with disabilities. Thank you. I've seen another hand. Lyudmila Arnich from NGO, the Workshop of Dreams. Long ago, back in 2008, several moms got together and we started thinking about the future of our children, and we felt really disappointed. In 2008, we went to many boarding institutions. We were not allowed access to many of them, and we were in despair. But after that, we worked a lot, and in particular in 2023, I joined the workshop of dreams, and for 2.5 years, we have got the new intentions. And for those people who are thinking about supported living, let me tell you that it's not easy. You get very busy. You don't have weekends. Sometimes you have to communicate with coordinators, with residents over the phone. This is really complicated, but if you see the changes happening to young people, that is really motivating. Be engaged in such changes. Making them happen is something that makes you proud inside your heart, because you can actually contribute to the process of changing the life of the people who haven't got their homes, who haven't had anybody to trust. But now when I see our Angelica going down with a nice hair from the second floor, well, I feel really proud. That's so nice, so ecstatic, and that is something that enables me. It makes me inspired to make me available around the clock. But we all need to be that Ivan Vasilievich, that person mentioned today, and then somebody will recall us and will say that we have done something good for the development of our country. Maybe we have too little, but I can compare it with what we had in 2008. We have really changed, which is really great. Thank you for this. Let me give the floor then to you. I represent Lviv region. I'm the head of the Department of Social Protection in Lviv region, and I'm really grateful to all those people present here. In fact, we are all like-minded people. We are contributing to one and the same thing. We want to bring people out of boarding institutions. At our department, we have 14 institutions with 2,000 people living there. I've been working at this department for 3 years, and they are all subordinated to our department. That's why I really know what the picture is like in the boarding institutions. I know what people there get, what life is like there, and what they would be supposed to be getting there. Everything is really that difficult. It's very difficult to work with communities to move forward. It's very difficult to work within the applicable legislation. That's why I'm really grateful to the Ministry of Social Policy and to Olena Fartushna, who is staying with us today, for supporting this important idea and for going on towards deinstitutionalization and development of the supported living service. I'm really grateful to partners. I'm so much grateful to the colleagues who are here today. I'm grateful to the MH4U team, because these are the people together with whom we are moving forward to those changes. We are making transformations happen. I would really like to invite all of you to visit the boarding institutions of Lviv region. Just go and see those people. A lot of those people could actually live in society, but they have not been provided an opportunity to do this because of the circumstances. And I think that all those lessons learned today will constitute an important experience for all of us, and this experience will help us make those transformations happen. Well, thank you. I'm a representative of an NGO, Ukrainian Human Rights Initiatives. You know, I have 20 years of experience in the evolution of boarding institutions, and I had a 5-year break in the monitoring of compliance with the human rights of people who live in boarding institutions. But after that, quite recently, I've had a visit there, and I really feel overwhelmed with emotions after that visit. Therefore, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you, because for 20 years we couldn't even be thinking that we would have such a community that will be looking for the solutions, will be looking for some alternatives to boarding institutions. We had some ideas, but at the moment, these ideas have become a reality, and you don't even imagine how great your contribution, the contribution of each of you, has been to the development of this system, be it supported living, be it any support service. Therefore, I'm really happy about the fact that we have this community. You're all great, you're all incredible, and I think that in 20 years, we will have an ideal and perfect system of social services, and international experts will never be frustrated by such a system. Maybe now they think that the system does not exist, but we can see the progress. The progress and the advancement has been really great. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be brief. So, in fact, our today's discussion, the same as previous discussions, well, it's always easy to speak to like-minded people about complicated things, but we will all leave. We will go to our communities, to our organizations, and then having a dialogue, well, it will be difficult. We have communicated a lot with families, with communities, but how do we do this work? How we convey the messages regarding decent lives of people, about the rights of people, the services needed? And here I mean not just supported living services, but all the services. It's a really difficult talk, so let me hope that we will be able to convey those messages and advocate the idea of supported living, community-based services, support services. It's not going to be easy. The studies show that we have the stigma in society. People are afraid, which is no wonder. We just have to bear this in mind. They're afraid that they will not cope, that it's going to be difficult, that there will be some challenges on the way, but we need to have those talks and discussions, and it depends on us how successful we are in conveying those messages. So we have a tough path ahead of us, but as mentioned, me and Irina, our colleagues, and how we started the service of supported living. We were just showing presentations. We said that here is the supported living service. We came to Lviv, we were talking about young guys, and we were just dreaming at that time. That was back in 2016 or 2017, but the progress is immense, which means that we should be conveying the messages and we should be having the discussions. It's going to be difficult, but the right dialogues with families, service beneficiaries, and communities is something of utmost importance. People from boarding institutions are sometimes also scared away from having supported living, but we need to convey the right messages to them, showing that that is the right of a person to an equal life in a community. Thank you, Olena. I'm Hanna Khvorova from a MH4U project. I cannot abstain from speaking, though my colleagues have taken the floor today, but let me also say what I consider to be important to remind to all of you. As mentioned several times throughout those 2 days, I'm a coordinator of our moderated group for professionals, and I'm sure that after today's event there is already high interest in this group. A lot of people have approached me. I've provided them with the information regarding how they could possibly join this group. This is a group for those professionals who are already providing a service or intend to do this in the nearest future. We are open for cooperation. Alisa from Pavlograd, who presented the situation in Pavlograd yesterday and said that the service would be provided in the nearest future in Pavlograd. So let me kindly invite you and your experts, contact us, and I will tell you how to join our group. All those who raised your hands when the question was asked who intends to provide the service, there were a lot of hands raised. So please, when you're already closer to that, we're also ready to speak about that with you. And sooner or later, we will also have you in our group for professionals. And the last thing I would like to stress is that after we heard about this video course that has been developed together with the MH4U project by the Jaralur organization. Well, this is an excellent product, and I'm really encouraging the representatives of departments and communities to pay attention to this product. And there is huge work behind it, but this is a very important product. It's not just a person among people, there is a parents for parents. I'm myself the mother of a 30-year-old boy who used to have a disability, and I can tell that starting with 2008, a lot of things have really changed. And if we compare the situation with the 90s of the previous century, advancement is really huge. And this great product raises us to a very high level. And this gives a message to a lot of parents who frequently don't know that social services are available and that they are provided. But they don't believe, even if I tell them. You work locally, speak to parents, show this course, show this product, tell that this is really a high quality product that you parents and you professionals need. And that would be a message showing that social services will be provided and that they are developing. And another important message is that they are supposed to be professional. You have seen that we need a lot of high-quality professionals for supervision, methodological support. These should be real professionals, and they should have all the resources at hand. This is costly, not only as far as finance is concerned, but as far as people are concerned, because it's all about artificial, highly precious work that needs to be done, and it's really costly. And this course shows how much you need to know to provide a service. So watch this video course, have a look at this product, and use the knowledge. This is free of charge. Thanks a lot, Yulia and Helena Stochner, because finally now we have got such great examples of high level of professionalism. Thank you. And I think that this is probably the last but one comment. Thank you, Natalia Patsu, head of the Center of Emmaus, Lviv Ukrainian Catholic University. To conclude, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone, in particular the host, because that has been a great job done to organize such a forum in times of full-scale war. That is really cool. Thank you, and let's give a round of applause to the hosts. And just to put it briefly, I would like to encourage you to dream, because dreams tend to come true. I'm not paying compliments, but I am probably I used to be one of the youngest heads of this center of supported living, and I had a lot of dreams, and I'm really happy that if we take the period of 10 years, my dreams have come true, because now social workers can really offer something more than information services at the national level, which is really great. It used to be different, but now the situation has advanced a lot. I'm also happy about the fact that when some people came to our Emmaus house, which was the first one that had the first the first supported living house, well, the first lady came, and I didn't believe that this would help with something, but the supported living houses started being replicating. There are not enough of them, but still they are being established, and now we already have colleagues to whom we can give calls to discuss some situations and to give some recommendations, because colleagues have got some other results. They took other residents with other specifications. They are providing a different range of services, so we may consult each other, and it's great if you are not alone. I think that I wish you that all your dreams come true, and a person among people really needs to feel comfortable. Thank you. Thank you for this reflection of yours. Suppose there are any volunteers, just one person, probably we have time only for one person to speak, but it seems to me that we should end on that positive note, saying that a person among people needs to be supported, and the person among people can live his or her unique life. And on my behalf, I would like to say that let all the words voiced here transform into action. I can see the people already transforming words into action, so I hope that the results will be great in the future. And when we meet at the next forum, we will be able to share new experience. Let us wrap up the forum, and my greetings go to those staying with us online. Hope it has been of interest, and let's give a round of applause to all of us for this great work. Thank you. And just one quick reminder, it's good that colleagues showed the QR code because I would otherwise have forgotten about that. So this is the evaluation forum, so please spend some 3 minutes, scan this QR code and fill in the evaluation form for yesterday and for today. We all hope that these days have been informative for you, because there was really a lot of preparation behind all that.
Поки ви заповнюєте, друзі, нагадую, що в нас
Let me remind you that we can give you the certificates. So if you haven't yet received the certificates, they are to my left at the table. You can find your certificates there. And let me also remind you that we have an opportunity to reimburse the costs of travel. So if you've forgotten about that, please feel free to address our technical support team, and you will get the reimbursement of travel costs. Thank you.
я думаю, що вже все. Ми вже завершили.
I think that is it. Thank you.
Титанічна робота, дякую.